Father, we love you. Lord, I pray for safety, provision, comfort, peace, rest, healing for all, and that we know you, Lord Jesus. Judges chapter 6. Then the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord. So the Lord delivered them into the hand of Midian for 7 years. And the hand of Midian prevailed against Israel because of the Midianites. The children of Israel made for themselves the dens, the caves, and the strongholds which are in the mountains. So it was, whenever Israel had sown, Midianites would come up, also Amalekites, and the people of the east would come up against them. Then they would encamp against them and destroy the produce of the earth as far as Gaza, and leave no sustenance for Israel, neither sheep nor ox nor donkey. For they would come up with their livestock and their tents, coming in as numerous as locusts. Both they and their camels were without number, and they would enter the land to destroy it. So Israel was greatly impoverished because of the Midianites, and the children of Israel cried out to the Lord. And it came to pass, when the children of Israel cried out to the Lord because of the Midianites, that the Lord sent a prophet to the children of Israel, who said to them, Thus says the Lord God of Israel, I brought you up from Egypt and brought you out of the house of bondage and delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians and out of the hand of all who oppressed you, and drove them out before you and gave you their land. Also I said to you, I am the Lord your God. Do not fear the gods of the Amorites, in whose land you dwell, but you have not obeyed my voice. Now the angel of the Lord came and sat under the terebinth tree which was in Ophrah, which belonged to Joash the Abiezrite, while his son Gideon threshed wheat in the winepress in order to hide it from the Midianites. And the angel of the Lord appeared to him and said to him, The Lord is with you, you mighty man of valor. Gideon said to him, O my Lord, if the Lord is with us, why then all this happened to us? And where are all his miracles, which our fathers told us about, saying, Did not the Lord bring us up from Egypt? But now the Lord has forsaken us and delivered us into the hands of the Midianites. Then the Lord turned to him and said, Go in this might of yours, and you shall save Israel from the hand of the Midianites. Have I not sent you? So he said to him, O my Lord, how can I save Israel? Indeed, my clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my father's house. And the Lord said to him, Surely I will be with you, and you shall defeat the Midianites as one man. Then he said to him, If now I have found favor in your sight, then show me a sign that is you who talk with me. Do not depart from here, I pray, until I come to you and bring out my offering and set it before you. And he said, I will wait until you come back. So Gideon went in and prepared a young goat and unleavened bread from an ephah of flour. The meat he put in a basket, and he put the broth in a pot. And he brought them out to the Lord under the terebinth tree and presented them. The angel of God said to him, Take the meat and the unleavened bread and lay them on this rock and pour out the broth. And he did so. Then the angel of the Lord put out the end of the staff that was in his hand and touched the meat and unleavened bread, and fire rose out of the rock and consumed the meat and the unleavened bread, and the angel of the Lord departed out of his sight. Now Gideon perceived that he was the angel of the Lord, So Gideon said, Alas, O Lord God, for I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face. When the Lord said to him, Peace be with you. Do not fear. You shall not die. So Gideon built an altar there to the Lord and called it, The Lord is Peace. To this day it is still in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. Now it came to pass the same night that the Lord said to him, Take your father's young bull, the second bull of 7 years old, and tear down the altar of Baal that your father has, and cut down the wooden image and that is beside it, and build an altar to the Lord your God on top of this rock in the proper arrangement, and take the second bull and offer a burnt sacrifice with the wood of the image which you shall cut down. So Gideon took 10 men from among his servants and did as the Lord had said to him. But because he feared his father's household, and the men of the city too much to do it by day, he did it by night. And when the men of the city arose early in the morning, there was an altar of Baal torn down, and wooden image that was beside it was cut down. And the second bull was being offered on the altar which he had built. So they said to one another, Who has done this thing? And when they had inquired and asked, they said, Gideon, the son of Joash, has done this thing. Then the men of the city said to Joash, Bring out your son, that he may die, because he has torn down the altar of Baal, and because he has cut down the wooden image that was beside it. But Joash said to all who stood against him, Would you plead for Baal? Would you save him? Let the one who would plead for him be put to death by morning. If he is a god, let him plead for himself, because his altar has been torn down. Therefore on that day he called him Jerubbaal, saying, Let Baal plead against him, because he has torn down his altar. Then all the Midianites and Amalekites, the people of the east, gathered together, and they crossed over and encamped. And encamped in the valley of Jezreel. But the Spirit of the Lord came upon Gideon. Then he blew the trumpet, and the Abiezrites gathered behind him. And he sent messengers throughout all Manasseh, who also gathered behind him. He also sent messengers to Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali, and they came up to meet them. So Gideon said to God, If you will save Israel to my hand, as you have said, look, I shall put a fleece of wool on the threshing floor. If there is dew on the fleece only, and it is dry on all the ground, then I shall know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you have said. And it was so, when he rose early the next morning and squeezed the fleece together, he wrung the dew out of the fleece, a bowl full of water. Then Gideon said to God, Do not be angry with me, but let me just speak once more. Let me test, I pray, just once more with the fleece. Let it now be dry only on the fleece, but on all the ground let there be dew. And God did so that night. It was dry on the fleece only, but there was dew on all the ground. Chapter 7. Then Jerubbaal, that is Gideon, and all the people who were with him, rose early and encamped beside the well of Harod, so that the camp of the Midianites was on the north side of them, by the hill of Moreh in the valley. And the Lord said to Gideon, The people who are with you are too many for me. to give the Midianites into their hands, lest Israel claim glory for itself against me, saying, My own hand has saved me. Now therefore proclaim in the hearing of the people, saying, Whoever is fearful and afraid, let him turn and depart at once from Mount Gilead. And 22,000 of the people returned, and 10,000 remained. But the Lord said to Gideon, The people are still, I'm sorry. But the Lord said to Gideon, The people are still too many. Bring them down to the water, and I will test them for you there. Then it will be that of whom I say to you, This one shall go with you, the same shall go with you. And of whomever I say to you, This one shall not go with you, the same shall not go. So we brought the people down to the water. And the Lord said to Gideon, Everyone who laps from the water with his tongue, as a dog laps, you shall set apart by yourself. Likewise, everyone who gets down on his knees to drink. And the number of those who lapped, putting their hand to their mouth, was 300 men. But all the rest of the people got down on their knees to drink water. Then the Lord said to Gideon, By 300 men who lapped I will save you, and deliver the Midianites into your hand. Let all the other people go, every man to his place. So the people took provisions and their trumpets in their hands, and he sent away all the rest of Israel, every man to his tent, and retained those 300 men. Now the camp of Midian was below him in the valley. It happened on the same night that the Lord said to him, Arise, go down against the camp, for I have delivered it into your hand. But if you are afraid to go down to the camp with Purah, your servant, and you shall hear what they say, and afterward your hands shall be strengthened to go down against the camp. Then he went down with Purah, his servant, to the outpost of the armed men who were in the camp. Now the Midianites and Amalekites, all the people of the east, were lying in the valley as numerous as locusts, and their camels were without number, as the sand by the seashore in multitude. And when Gideon had come, there was a man telling a dream to his companion. He said, I have a dream. To my surprise, a loaf of barley bread tumbled into the camp of Midian. It came to a tent and struck it so that it fell and overturned, and the tent collapsed. Then his companion answered and said, There is nothing else but the sword of Gideon, the son of Joash, a man of Israel. Into his hand God has delivered Midian and the whole camp. And so it was, when Gideon heard the telling of the dream and its interpretation, that he worshipped. He returned to the camp of Israel and said, Arise, for the Lord has delivered the camp of Midian into your hand. Then he divided the 300 men into 3 companies, and he put a trumpet into every man's hand, with empty pitchers and torches inside the pitchers. And he said to them, Look at me and do likewise. Watch, and when I come to the edge of the camp, you shall do as I do. When I blow the trumpet, and all who are with me, then also blow the trumpets on every side of the whole camp, and say, The sword of the Lord and of Gideon. So Gideon and the 100 men who were with him came to the outpost of the camp at the beginning of the middle watch, just as they had posted the watch, and they blew the trumpets and broke the pitchers that were in their hands. Then the 3 companies blew the trumpets and broke the pitchers they held the torches in their left hands and the trumpets in their right hands for blowing. And they cried, The sword of the Lord and of Gideon. And every man stood in his place all around the camp, and the whole army ran and cried out and fled. When the 300 blew the trumpets, the Lord set every man's sword against his companion throughout the whole camp, and the army fled to Beth Acacia, toward Zerah, as far as the border of Abel Meholah and Tabbath. And the men of Israel gathered together from Naphtali, Asher, and all Manasseh, and pursued the Midianites. Then Gideon sent messengers throughout all the mountains of Ephraim, saying, "Come down against the Midianites, and seize from them the watering places as far as Beth Barah and the Jordan." Then all the men of Ephraim gathered together and seized the water places as far as Beth Barah and the Jordan. And they captured 2 princes of the Midianites, Oreb and Zeb. They killed Oreb at the rock of Oreb, and Zeb they killed at the winepress of Zeb. They pursued Midian and brought the heads of Oreb and Zeb to Gideon on the other side of the Jordan. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Now the men of Ephraim said to him, "Why have you done this to us by not calling us when you went to fight with the Midianites?" And they reprimanded him sharply. So he said to them, "What have I done now in comparison with you? Is not the gleaning of the grapes of Ephraim better than the vintage of Abiezer? God has delivered into your hands the princes of Midian, Oreb, and Zeb. And what was I able to do in comparison with you?" Then their anger toward him subsided when he said that. When Gideon came to the Jordan, he and the 300 men who were with him crossed over, exhausted, but still in pursuit. Then he said to the men of Succoth, "Please give loaves of bread to the people who follow me, for they are exhausted, and I am pursuing Zebah and Zalmunna, kings of Midian." And the leaders of Succoth said, "Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna now in your hand, that we should give bread to your army?" So Gideon said, "For this cause, when the Lord has delivered Zebah and Zalmunna into my hand, then I will tear your flesh with the thorns of the wilderness and with briars." Then he went up from there to Peniel and spoke to them in the same way. And the men of Peniel answered him as the men of Succoth had answered. So he also spoke to the men of Peniel, saying, "When I come back in peace, I will tear down this tower." Now Zebah and Zalmunna were at Kekar, and their armies with them, about 15,000. All who were left of all the army of the people of the east, for 120,000 men who drew the sword, had fallen. Then Gideon went up by the road of those who dwell in tents on the east side of Nobah and Jogbehah, and he attacked the army while the camp felt secure. When Zebah and Zalmunna fled, he pursued them, and he took the 2 kings of Midian, Zebah and Zalmunna, and routed the whole army. Then Gideon the son of Joash returned from battle, from the ascent of Heres, and he caught a young man of the men of Succoth and interrogated him. And he wrote down for him the leaders of Succoth and its elders, 77 men. Then he came to the men of Succoth and said, "Here are Zebah and Zalmunna, about whom you ridiculed me, saying, 'Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna now in your hand, that we should give bread to your weary men?'" And he took the elders of the city, and thorns of the wilderness and briars, and with them he taught the men of Succoth. Then he tore down the tower of Penuel and killed the men of the city. And he said to Zebah and Zalmunna, "What kind of men were they whom you killed at Tabor?" So they answered, "As you are, so were they. Each one resembled the son of a king." Then he said, "They were my brothers, the sons of my mother. As the Lord lives, if you had let them live, I would not kill you." And he said to Jether, his firstborn, "Rise, kill them." But the youth would not draw his sword, for he was afraid, because he was still a youth. So Zebah and Zalmunna said, "Rise yourself and kill us, for as a man is, so is his strength." So Gideon arose and killed Zebah and Zalmunna, and took the crescent ornaments that were on the camels' necks. Then the men of Israel said to Gideon, "Rule over us, both you and your son, and your grandson also, for you have delivered us from the hand of Midian." But Gideon said to them, "I will not rule over you, nor shall my son rule over you. The Lord shall rule over you." Then Gideon said to them, "I would like to make a request of you, that each of you would give me the earrings from his plunder," for they had golden earrings, because they were Ishmaelites. So they answered, "We will gladly give them." And they spread out a garment, and each man threw it into the earrings from his plunder. Now the weight of the gold earrings that he requested was 1,700 shekels of gold, besides the crescent ornaments, pendants, and purple robes, which were on the kings of Midian, and besides the chains that were around their camels' necks. Then Gideon made it into an ephod and set it up in a city, Ophrah, and all Israel played the harlot with it there, became a snare to Gideon and to his house. Thus Midian was subdued before the children of Israel, so that they lifted their heads no more. And the country was quiet for 40 years in the days of Gideon. When Jerubbaal, the son of Joash, went and dwelt in his own house, Gideon had 70 sons, who were his own offspring, for he had many wives. And his concubine, who was in Shechem, also bore him a son, whose name he called Abimelech. Now Gideon, the son of Joash, died at a good old age, and was buried in the tomb of Joash his father, in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. So it was, as soon as Gideon was dead, that the children of Israel again played the harlot with the Baals, and made Baal Berith their god. Thus the children of Israel did not remember the Lord their God, who had delivered them from the hands of all their enemies on every side, nor did they show kindness to the house of Jerubbaal, Gideon, in accordance with the good he had done for Israel. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Then Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal, went to Shechem, to his mother's brothers, and spoke with them and with all the family of the house of his mother's father, saying, "Please speak in the hearing of all the men of Shechem, which is better for you, that all 70 of the sons of Jerubbaal reign over you, or that one reign over you. Remember that I am your own flesh and bone." And his mother's brothers spoke all these words concerning him in the hearing of all the men of Shechem. And their heart was inclined to follow Abimelech, for they said, "He is our brother." So they give him 70 shekels of silver from the temple of Baal Berith, with which Abimelech hired worthless and reckless men, and they followed him. Then he went to his father's house at Ophrah and killed his brothers, the 70 sons of Jerubbaal, on one stone. But Jotham, the youngest son of Jerubbaal, was left, because he hid himself. And all the men of Shechem gathered together, all of Beth Milo. And they went and made Abimelech king beside the terebinth tree at the pillar that was in Shechem. Now when they told Jotham, he went and stood on top of Mount Gerizim, and lifted his voice and cried out, and he said to them, Listen to me, you men of Shechem, that God may listen to you. The trees once went forth to anoint a king over them, and they said to the olive tree, Reign over us. But the olive tree said to them, Should I cease giving my oil, with which they honor God and men, and go to sway over trees? Then the trees said to the fig tree, You come and reign over us. But the fig tree said to them, Should I cease my sweetness and my good fruit, and go to sway over trees? Then the trees said to the vine, You come and reign over us. But the vine said to them, Should I cease my new wine, which cheers both God and men, and go to sway over trees? And all the trees said to the bramble, You come and reign over us. And the bramble said to the trees, If in truth you anoint me as king over you, then come and take shelter in my shade. But if not, let fire come out of the bramble and devour the cedars of Lebanon. Now therefore, if you have acted in truth and sincerity in making Abimelech king, and if you have dealt well with Jerubbaal and his house, and have done to him as he deserves, for my father fought for you, risked his life, and delivered you out of the hand of Midian. But you have risen up against my father's house this day, and killed his 70 sons on one stone, and made Abimelech, the son of his female servant, king over the men of Shechem, because he is your brother. If then you have acted in truth and sincerity with Jerubbaal and with his house this day, then rejoice in Abimelech, and let him also rejoice in you. But if not, let fire come from Abimelech, and devour the men of Shechem and Beth Milo, and let fire come from the men of Shechem and from Beth Milo, and devour Abimelech. And Jotham ran away and fled, and he went to Beer and dwelt there, the fear of Abimelech his brother. After Abimelech had reigned over Israel 3 years, God sent a spirit of ill will between Abimelech and the men of Shechem. And the men of Shechem dealt treacherously with Abimelech, that the crime done to the 70 sons of Jerubbaal might be settled, and their blood be laid on Abimelech their brother, who killed them, and on the men of Shechem, who aided him in the killing of his brothers. And the men of Shechem set men in ambush against him on the tops of the mountains, and they robbed all who passed by them along the way. And it was told Abimelech. Now Gal, the son of Ebed, came with his brothers and went over to Shechem. And the men of Shechem put their confidence in him. So they went out into the fields and gathered grapes from their vineyards and trod them and made merry. And they went into the house of their God and ate and drank and cursed Abimelech. Then Gal, the son of Ebed, said, Who is Abimelech, and who is Shechem, that we should serve him? Is he not the son of Jerubbaal, and is not Zebul his officer? Serve the men of Hamor, of the father of Shechem. But why should we serve him? If only his people were under my authority, then I would remove Abimelech. So he said to Abimelech, Increase your army and come out. When Zebul, the ruler of the city, heard the words of Gal, the son of Ebed, his anger was aroused, and he sent messengers to Abimelech secretly, saying, Take note, Gal, the son of Ebed, and his brothers have come to Shechem, and here they are, fortifying the city against you. Now therefore get up by night, you and your people who are with you, and lie in wait in the field. And it shall be, as soon as the sun is up in the morning, that you shall rise early and rush upon the city. And when he and the people who are with you come out against you, you may then do to them as you find opportunity. So Abimelech and all the people who were with him rose by night and lay in wait against Shechem in 4 companies. Then Gaal the son of Ebed went out and stood in the entrance of the city gate. Abimelech and the people who were with him rose from lying in wait. And when Gaal saw the people, he said to Zebul, "Look, people are coming down from the tops of the mountains." But Zebul said to him, "You see the shadows of the mountains as if they were men." So Gaal spoke again and said, "See, people are coming down from the center of the land, and another company is coming from the diviner's terebinth tree." Then Zebul said to him, "Where indeed is your mouth now, with which you said, 'Who is Abimelech, that we should serve him?' Are not these the people whom you despised? Go out, if you will, and fight with them now." So Gaal went out, leading the men of Shechem, and fought with Abimelech. And Abimelech chased him, and he fled from him. And many fell wounded to the very entrance of the gate. Then Abimelech dwelt at Arumah, and Zebul drove out Gaal and his brothers, so that they would not dwell in Shechem. And it came about on the next day that the people went out into the field, and they told Abimelech. So he took his people, divided them into 3 companies, and lay in wait in the field. And he looked, and there were the people coming out of the city, and he rose against them and attacked them. Then Abimelech and the company that was with him rushed forward and stood at the entrance of the gate of the city. And the other 2 companies rushed upon all who were in the fields and killed them. So Abimelech fought against the city all that day. He took the city and killed the people who were in it, and he demolished the city and sowed it with salt. Now when all the men of the tower of Shechem had heard that, they entered the stronghold of the temple of the god Berith. And it was told Abimelech that all the men of the tower of Shechem were gathered together. Then Abimelech went up to Mount Zalmon, he and all the people who were with him. And Abimelech took an axe in his hand and cut down a bough from the trees and took it and laid it on his shoulder. And then he said to the people who were with him, "What have you seen me do? Make haste and do as I have done." So each of the people likewise cut down his own bow and followed Abimelech, put them against the stronghold, and set the stronghold on fire above them, so that all the people of the tower of Shechem died, about 1,000 men and women. Then Abimelech went to Thebez, and he encamped against Thebez and took it. But there was a strong tower in the city, and all the men and women, all the people of the city, fled there and shut themselves in. Then they went up to the top of the tower. So Abimelech came as far as the tower and fought against it, and he drew near the door of the tower to burn it with fire. But a certain woman dropped an upper millstone on Abimelech's head and crushed his skull. Then he called quickly to the young man, his armor bearer, and said to him, "Draw your sword and kill me, lest men say of me, 'A woman killed me.'" So his young man thrust him through, and he died. And when the men of Israel saw that Abimelech was dead, they departed every man to his place. Thus God repaid the wickedness of Abimelech, which he had done to his father by killing his 70 brothers. And all the evil of the men of Shechem God returned on their own heads, and on them came the curse of Jotham, the son of Jerubbaal. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. After Abimelech, there arose two, save Israel, Tola, the son of Puah, the son of Dodo, a man of Issachar, and he dwelt in Shemir in the mountains of Ephraim. He judged Israel 23 years, and he died and was buried in Shemir. After him arose Jair, a Gileadite, and he judged Israel 22 years. Now he had 30 sons who rode on 30 donkeys. They also had 30 towns, which are called Havash Jair to this day, which are in the land of Gilead. And Jair died and was buried in Canaan. Then the children of Israel again did evil in the sight of the Lord, and served the Baals and the Ashtoreths, the gods of Syria, the gods of Sidon, the gods of Moab, the gods of the people of Ammon, and the gods of the Philistines. And they forsook the Lord and did not serve him. So the anger of the Lord was hot against Israel, and he sold them into the hands of the Philistines and into the hands of the people of Ammon. From that year they harassed and oppressed the children of Israel for 18 years, all the children of Israel who were on the other side of the Jordan in the land of the Amorites in Gilead. Moreover, the people of Ammon crossed over the Jordan to fight against Judah, also against Benjamin and against the house of Ephraim, so that Israel was severely distressed. And the children of Israel cried out to the Lord, saying, We have sinned against you, because we have both forsaken our God and served the Baals. So the Lord did to the children of Israel. So the Lord said to the children of Israel, Did I not deliver you from the Egyptians, and from the Amorites, and from the people of Ammon, and from the Philistines? Also the Sidonians, the Amalekites, and the Moabites oppressed you, and you cried out to me, and I delivered you from their hand. Yet you have forsaken me and served other gods. Therefore I will deliver you no more. Go and cry out to the gods which you have chosen. Let them deliver you in your time of distress. And the children of Israel said to the Lord, We have sinned. Do to us whatever seems best to you. Only deliver us this day, we pray. So they put away the foreign gods from among them and served the Lord. And his soul could no longer endure the misery of Israel. Then the people of Ammon gathered together and encamped in Gilead. And the children of Israel assembled together and encamped in Mizpah. And the people and leaders of Gilead said to one another, Who is the man who will begin the fight against the people of Ammon? He shall be head over all the inhabitants of Gilead. Chapter 11. Now Jephthah the Gileadite was a mighty man of valor, but he was the son of a harlot, and Gilead begat Jephthah. Gilead's wife bore sons, and when his wife's sons grew up, they drove Jephthah out and said to him, You shall have no inheritance in your father's house, for you are the son of another woman. Then Jephthah fled from his brothers and dwelt in the land of Tob. And worthless men banded together with Jephthah and went out raiding with him. It came to pass after a time that the people of Ammon made war against Israel. And so it was when the people of Ammon made war against Israel that the elders of Gilead went to get Jephthah from the land of Tob. Then they said to Jephthah, Come and be our commander, that we may fight against the people of Ammon. So Jephthah said to the elders of Gilead, Did you not hate me and expel me from my father's house? Why have you come to me now when you are in distress? And the elders of Gilead said to Jephthah, "That is why we have turned again to you now, that you may go with us and fight against the people of Ammon, and be our head over all the inhabitants of Gilead." So Jephthah said to the elders of Gilead, "If you take me back home to fight against the people of Ammon, and the Lord delivers them to me, shall I be your head?" And the elders of Gilead said to Jephthah, "The Lord will be a witness between us, if we do not do according to your words." Then Jephthah went with the elders of Gilead, and the people made him head and commander over them. And Jephthah spoke all his words before the Lord in Mizpah. Now Jephthah sent messengers to the king of the people of Ammon, saying, "What do you have against me? What you have come to fight against me in my land?" And the king of the people of Ammon answered the messengers of Jephthah, "Because Israel took away my land when they came up out of Egypt, from the Arnon as far as the Jabbok, and to the Jordan. Now therefore restore those lands peaceably." So Jephthah again sent messengers to the king of the people of Ammon, and said to him, "Thus says Jephthah, Israel did not take away the land of Moab, nor the land of the people of Ammon. For when Israel came out from Egypt, they walked through the wilderness as far as the Red Sea, and came to Kadesh. Then Israel sent messengers to the king of Edom, saying, "Please let me pass through your land." But the king of Edom would not heed. And in like manner they sent to the king of Moab, but he would not consent. So Israel remained in Kadesh, and they went along through the wilderness and bypassed the land of Edom and the land of Moab, came to the east side of the land of Moab, and encamped on the other side of the Arnon. But they did not enter the border of Moab, for Arnon was the border of Moab. Then Israel sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, king of Heshbon, and Israel said to him, "Please let us pass through your land into our place." But Sihon did not trust Israel to pass through his territory. So Sihon gathered all his people together, encamped in Jahaz, and fought against Israel. And the Lord God of Israel delivered Sihon and all his people into the hand of Israel, and they defeated them. Thus Israel gained possession of all the land of the Amorites, who inhabited that country. They took possession of all the territory of the Amorites, from the Arnon to the Jabbok, and from the wilderness to the Jordan. And now the Lord God of Israel has dispossessed the Amorites from before his people Israel. Should you then possess it? Will you not possess whatever Shamash your God gives you to possess? So whatever the Lord our God takes possession of before us, we will possess. And now are you any better than Balak the son of Zippor, king of Moab? Did he ever strive against Israel? Did he ever fight against them? While Israel dwelt in Heshbon and his villages, in Aror and its villages, and in all the cities along the banks of Arnon for 300 years. Why did you not recover them within that time? Therefore I have not sinned against you, but you wronged me by fighting against me. May the Lord the judge render judgment this day between the children of Israel and the people of Ammon. However, the king of the people of Ammon did not heed the words which Jephthah sent him. Then the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah, and he passed through Gilead and Manasseh, and passed through Mizpah of Gilead. And from Mizpah of Gilead he advanced toward the people of Ammon. And Jephthah made a vow to the Lord and said, "If you will indeed deliver the people of Ammon into my hands, and it will be that whatever comes out of the doors of my house to meet me When I return in peace from the people of Ammon, shall surely be the Lord's, and I will offer it up as a burnt offering. So Jephthah advanced toward the people of Ammon to fight against them, and the Lord delivered them into his hands. And he defeated them from Aroers as far as Minnith, 20 cities, and to Abel Keramim, and a very great slaughter. Thus the people of Ammon were subdued before the children of Israel. Then Jephthah came to his house at Mizpah. There was his daughter, coming out to meet him with timbrels and dancing, and she was his only child. Besides her, he had neither son nor daughter. And it came to pass, when he saw her, that he tore his clothes and said, Alas, my daughter, you have wrought me very low. You are among those who trouble me, for I have given my word to the Lord, and I cannot go back on it. So she said to him, My father, if you have given your word to the Lord, do to me according to what has gone out of your mouth, because the Lord has avenged you of your enemies, the people of Ammon. Then she said to her father, Let this thing be done for me. Let me alone for 2 months, that I may go and wander on the mountains and bewail my virginity, my friends and I. So he said, Go. And he sent her away for 2 months. And she went with her friends and bewailed her virginity on the mountains. And it was so at the end of 2 months that she returned to her father. And he carried out his vow with her, which he had vowed. She knew no man, and it became a custom in Israel that the daughters of Israel went 4 days each year to lament the daughter of Jephthah the Gileadite. Chapter 12. Then the men of Ephraim gathered together, crossed over towards Zephon, and said to Jephthah, Why did you cross over to fight against the people of Ammon, and did not call us to go with you? We will burn your house down on you with fire. And Jephthah said to them, My people and I were in a great struggle with the people of Ammon. And when I called you, you did not deliver me out of their hands. So when I saw that you would not deliver me, I took my life in my hands and crossed over against the people of Ammon. And the Lord delivered them into my hand. Why then have you come up to me this day to fight against me? Now Jephthah gathered together all the men of Gilead and fought against Ephraim. And the men of Gilead defeated Ephraim, because they said, You Gileadites are fugitives of Ephraim, among the Ephraimites and among the Manassites. The Gileadites seized the fords of the Jordan before the Ephraimites arrived. And when any Ephraimite who escaped said, Let me cross over, the men of Gilead would say to him, You are an Ephraimite. If he said no, then they would say to him, Then say Shibboleth. And he would say Shibboleth, for he could not pronounce it right. Then they would take him and kill him at the fords of the Jordan. There fell at that time 42,000 Ephraimites. And Jephthah judged Israel 6 years. Then Jephthah the Gileadite died and was buried among the cities of Gilead. After him, Ibzan of Bethlehem judged Israel. He had 30 sons, and he gave away 30 daughters in marriage. And he brought in 30 daughters from elsewhere for his sons. He judged Israel 7 years. Then Ibzan died and was buried at Bethlehem. After him, Elon the Zebulunite judged Israel. He judged Israel 10 years. And Elon the Zebulunite died and was buried at Aijalon in the country of Zebulun. After him, Abdon, the son of Hillel, and Pirathonite judged Israel. He had 40 sons and 30 grandsons, who rode on 70 young donkeys. He judged Israel 8 years. Then Abdon, the son of Hillel, the Parathonite, died and was buried in Parathon, in the land of Ephraim, in the mountains of the Amalekites. Chapter 13. Again the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord delivered them into the hand of the Philistines for 40 years. Now there was a certain man from Zorah, of the family of the Danites, whose name was Manoah, and his wife was barren and had no children. And the angel of the Lord appeared to the woman and said to her, Indeed now you are barren and have borne no children, but you shall conceive and bear a son. Now therefore please be careful not to drink wine or similar drink, and do not eat anything unclean. For behold, you shall conceive and bear a son, and no razor shall come upon his head, for the child shall be a Nazarite to God from the womb, and he shall begin to deliver Israel out of the hand of the Philistines. So the woman came and told her husband, saying, A man of God came to me, and his countenance was like the countenance of the angel of God, very awesome. But I did not ask him where he was from, and he did not tell me his name. And he said to me, Behold, you shall conceive and bear a son. Now drink no wine or similar drink, nor eat anything unclean, for the child shall be a Nazarite to God from the womb to the day of his death. Then Manoah prayed to the Lord and said, O my Lord, please let the man of God whom you sent come to us again and teach us what we shall do for the child who will be born. And God listened to the voice of Manoah, and the angel of the Lord came to the woman again as she was sitting in the field. But Manoah, her husband, was not with her. And the woman ran in haste and told her husband, and he said to him, Look, the man who came to me and the other day has just now appeared to me. So Manoah arose and followed his wife. When he came to the man, he said to him, Are you the man who spoke to this woman? And he said, I am. Manoah said, Now let your words come to pass. What will be the boy's rule of life and his work? So the angel of the Lord said to Manoah, Of all that I said to the woman, let her be careful. She may not eat anything that comes from the vine, nor may she drink wine or similar drink, nor eat anything unclean. All that I commanded her, let her observe. Then Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, Please let us detain you, and we will prepare a young goat for you. And the angel of the Lord said to Manoah, Though you detain me, I will not eat your food. But if you offer a burnt offering, you must offer it to the Lord. For Manoah did not know he was the angel of the Lord. Then Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, What is your name? That when your words come to pass, we may honor you. And the angel of the Lord said to him, Why do you ask my name, seeing it is wonderful? So Manoah took the young goat with the grain offering and offered it upon the rock to the Lord. And he did a wondrous thing while Manoah and his wife looked on. It happened as the flame went up toward heaven from the altar. The angel of the Lord ascended in the flame of the altar. When Manoah and his wife saw this, they fell on their faces to the ground. When the angel of the Lord appeared no more to Manoah and his wife, then Manoah knew that he was the angel of the Lord. And Manoah said to his wife, We shall surely die because we have seen God. But his wife said to him, If the Lord had desired to kill us, he would not have accepted a burnt offering and a grain offering from our hands, nor would he have shown us all these things, nor would he have told us such things as these at this time. So the woman bore a son and called his name Samson. And the child grew, and the Lord blessed him. And the Spirit of the Lord began to move upon him at Mahane Dan, between Zorah and Ashtael. Chapter 14. Now Samson went down to Timnah and saw a woman in Timnah and the daughters of the Philistines. So he went up and told his father and mother, saying, I have seen a woman in Timnah of the daughters of the Philistines. Now therefore, get her for me as a wife. Then his father and mother said to him, Is there no woman among the daughters of your brethren, or among all my people, that you must go and get a wife from the uncircumcised Philistines? And Samson said to his father, Get her for me, for she pleases me well. But his father and mother did not know that it was of the Lord, that he was seeking an occasion to move against the Philistines. For at that time the Philistines had dominion over Israel. So Samson went down to Timnah with his father and mother, and came to the vineyards of Timnah. Now to his surprise, a young lion came roaring against him, and the Spirit of the Lord came mightily upon him, and he tore the lion apart, as one would have torn apart a young goat, though he had nothing in his hand. But he did not tell his father or his mother what he had done. Then he went down and talked with the woman, and she pleased Samson well. After some time, when he returned to get her, he turned aside to see the carcass of the lion, and behold, a swarm of bees and honey were in the carcass of the lion. He took some of it in his hand and went along eating. When he came to his father and mother, he gave some to them, and they also ate. But he did not tell them that he had taken the honey out of the carcass of the lion. So his father went down to the woman, and Samson gave a feast there, for young men used to do so. And it happened when they saw him that they brought 30 companions to be with him. And Samson said to them, Let me pose a riddle to you. If you can correctly solve and explain it to me within the 7 days of the feast, then I will give you 30 linen garments and 30 changes of clothing. But if you cannot explain it to me, then you shall give me 30 linen garments and 30 changes of clothing. And they said to him, Pose your riddle that we may hear it. So he said to them, Out of the eater came something to eat, and out of the strong came something sweet. Now for 3 days they could not explain the riddle. But it came to pass on the 7th day that when they said to Samson's wife, Entice your husband that he may explain the riddle to us, or else we will burn you and your father's house with fire. Have you invited us in order to take what is ours? Is that not so? And Samson's wife wept on him and said, You only hate me. You do not love me. You have posed a riddle to the sons of my people, but you have not explained it to me. And he said to her, Look, I have not explained it to my father or my mother, so should I explain it to you? Now she wept on him the 7 days while their feast lasted. And it happened on the 7th day that he told her, because she pressed him so much. Then she explained the riddle to the sons of her people. So the men of the city said to him on the 7th day before the sun went down, What is sweeter than honey, and what is stronger than a lion? And he said to them, If you had not plowed with my heifer, you would not have solved my riddle. Then the Spirit of the Lord came upon him mightily, and he went down to Ashkelon and killed 30 of their men, took their apparel, and gave the changes of clothing to those who had explained the riddle. So his anger was aroused, and he went back up to his father's wife. And Samson's wife was given to his companion, who had been his best man. Chapter 15. After a while, in the time of wheat harvest, it happened that Samson visited his wife. With a young goat, and he said, Let me go into my wife, into her room. but her father would not permit him to go in. Her father said, I really thought that you thoroughly hated her. Therefore I gave her to your companion. Is not her younger sister better than she? Please take her instead. And Samson said to them, This time I shall be blameless regarding the Philistines if I harm them. Then Samson went and caught 300 foxes. And he took torches, turned the foxes tail to tail, and put a torch between each pair of tails. And when he had set the torches on fire, he let the foxes go into the standing grain of the Philistines, and burned up both the shocks and the standing grain, as well as the vineyards and olive groves. Then the Philistines said, Who has done this? And they answered, Samson, the son-in-law of the Timnite, because he has taken his wife and given her to his companion. So the Philistines came up and burned her and her father with fire. Samson said to them, Since you would do a thing like this, I will surely take revenge on you, and after that I will cease. So he attacked them, hip and thigh, with the great slaughter. Then he went down and dwelt in a cleft of the rock of Etam. Now the Philistines went up and camped in Judah and deployed themselves against Lehi. And the men of Judah said, Why have you come up against us? So they answered, We have come up to arrest Samson, to do to him as he has done to us. And the 3,000 men of Judah went down to the cleft of the rock of Etam and said to Samson, Do you not know that the Philistines rule over us? What is this you have done to us? And he said to them, As they did to me, so I have done to them. But they said to him, We have come down to arrest you, that we may deliver you into the hand of the Philistines. And Samson said to them, Swear to me that you will not kill me yourselves. So they spoke to him, saying, No, but we will tie you securely and deliver you into their hand, but we will surely not kill you. And they bound him with 2 new ropes and brought him up from the rock. When he came to Lehi, the Philistines came shouting against him. Then the Spirit of the Lord came mightily upon him, and the ropes were on his arms became like flax that is burned with fire, and his bonds broke loose from his hands. He found a fresh jawbone of a donkey, reached out his hand and took it, and killed 1,000 men with it. Then Samson said, With the jawbone of a donkey, heaps upon heaps, with the jawbone of a donkey I have slain 1,000 men. And so it was, when he had finished speaking, that he threw the jawbone from his hand and called that place Ramath Lehi. Then he became very thirsty. So he cried out to the Lord and said, You have given me this great deliverance by the hand of your servant. And now shall I die of thirst and fall into the hand of the uncircumcised? So God split the hollow place that is in Lehi, and water came out, and he drank, and his spirit returned, and he revived. Therefore he called its name Anahakor, which is in Lehi to this day. And he judged Israel 20 years in the days of the Philistines. Chapter 16. Now Samson went to Gaza and saw a harlot there and went into her. When the Gazites were told, Samson has come here, they surrounded the place and lay in wait for him all night at the gate of the city. They were quiet all night, saying, In the morning, when it is daylight, we shall kill him. And Samson lay low till midnight. Then he arose at midnight, took hold of the doors of the gate of the city and the 2 gateposts, pulled them apart, bar and all, put them on his shoulders, and carried them to the top of the hill that faces Hebron. Afterward it happened that he loved a woman in the valley of Sorek, whose name was Delilah. And the lords of the Philistines came up to her and said to her, "Entice him, and find out where his strength lies." And by what means we may overpower him, that we may bind him to afflict him, and every one of us will give you 1,100 pieces of silver. So Delilah said to Samson, Please tell me where your great strength lies, and with what you may bound to afflict you. And Samson said to her, If they bind me with the 7 fresh bowstrings, not yet dried, then I shall become weak and be like any other man. So the lords of Philistines brought up to her 7 fresh bowstrings, yet not dried, and she bound him with them. Now men were lying in wait, waiting, staying with her in the room. And she said to him, The Philistines are upon you, Samson. But he broke the bowstrings as a strand of yarn breaks when it touches fire. So the secret of his strength was not known. And Delilah said to Samson, Look, you have mocked me and told me lies. Now please tell me what you may be bound with. So he said to her, If they bind me securely with new ropes that have never been used, then I shall become weak and be like any other man. Therefore Delilah took new ropes and bound him with them and said to him, The Philistines are upon you, Samson. And men were lying in wait, staying in the room. But he broke them off his arms like a thread. Delilah said to Samson, Until now you have mocked me and told me lies. Tell me what you may be bound with. And he said to her, If you weave the 7 locks of my head into the web of the loom. So she wove it tightly with the batten of the loom and said to him, The Philistines are upon you, Samson. But he awoke from his sleep and pulled out the batten and the web from the loom. Then she said to him, How can you say, I love you, when your heart is not with me? You have mocked me these 3 times and have not told me where your great strength lies. And it came to pass, when she pestered him daily with her words, and pressed him so that his soul was vexed to death, that he told her all his heart, and said to her, No razor has ever come upon my head, for I have been a Nazarite to God from my mother's womb. If I am shaven, then my strength will leave me, and I shall become weak and be like any other man. And Delilah saw that he had told her with all his heart. She sent and called for the lords of the Philistines, saying, Come up once more, for he has told me all his strength. So the lords of the Philistines came up to her and brought the money in their hand. Then she lulled him to sleep on her knees and called for a man and had him shave off the 7 locks of his head. And she began to torment him, and his strength left him. And she said, The Philistines are upon you, Samson. So he awoke from his sleep and said, I will go out as before at other times and shake myself free. But he did not know that the Lord had departed from him. Then the Philistines took him and put out his eyes and brought him down to Gaza. They bound him with bronze fetters, and he became a grinder in the prison. However, the hair of his head began to grow again after it had been shaven. Now the lords of the Philistines gathered together to offer a great sacrifice to Dagon, their god, and to rejoice. And they said, Our God is delivered into our hands, Samson, our enemy. When the people saw him, they praised their God, for they said, Our God has delivered into our hands our enemy, the destroyer of our land, and the one who multiplied our dead. So it happened, when their hearts were merry, that they said, Call for Samson, that he may perform for us. So they called for Samson from the prison, and he performed for them. And they stationed him between the pillars. And Samson said to the lad who held him by the hand, "Let me feel the pillars which support the temple, so that I can lean on them." Now the temple was full of men and women. All the lords of the Philistines were there, about 3,000 men and women, on the roof watching while Samson performed. And Samson called to the Lord, saying, "O Lord God, remember me. I pray, strengthen me. I pray just this once, O God, that I may with one blow take vengeance on the Philistines for my 2 eyes." And Samson took hold of the 2 middle pillars which supported the temple, and he braced himself against them, one on his right and the other on his left. And Samson said, "Let me die with the Philistines." And he pushed with all his might, and the temple fell on the lords and all the people who were in it. So the dead that he killed at his death were more than he had killed in his life. And his brothers and all his father's household came down and took him and brought him up and buried him between Zerah and Eshtael in the tomb of his father Manoah. He had judged Israel 20 years. Chapter 17. Now there was a man from the mountains of Ephraim, whose name was Micah. And he said to his mother, "The 1,100 shekels of silver that were taken from you, and on which you put a curse, even saying it in my ears, here is the silver with me. I took it." And his mother said, "May you be blessed by the Lord, my son." So when he had returned the 1,100 shekels of silver to his mother said, "I had wholly dedicated this silver from my hand to the Lord for my son, to make a carved image and a molded image. Now therefore I will return it to you." Thus he returned the silver to his mother. Then his mother took 200 shekels of silver and gave them to the silversmith, and he made it into a carved image and a molded image, and they were in the house of Micah. The man Micah had a shrine and made an ephod and household idols, and he consecrated one of his sons, who became his priest. In those days there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what was right in his own eyes. Now there was a young man from Bethlehem in Judah, of the family of Judah. He was a Levite and was staying there. The men departed from the city of Bethlehem in Judah to stay wherever he could find a place. Then he came to the mountains of Ephraim, to the house of Micah, as he journeyed. And Micah said to him, "Where do you come from?" So he said to him, "I am a Levite from Bethlehem in Judah, and I'm on my way to find a place to stay." Micah said to him, "Dwell with me and be a father and a priest to me, and I will give you 10 shekels of silver per year, a suit of clothes, and your sustenance." So the Levite went in. Then the Levite was content to dwell with the man, and the young man became like one of his sons to him. So Micah consecrated the Levite, and the young man became his priest and lived in the house of Micah. Then Micah said, "Now I know that the Lord will be good to me, since I have a Levite as a priest." Chapter 18. In those days there was no king in Israel, and in those days the tribe of the Danites was seeking an inheritance for itself to dwell in. For until that day, their inheritance among the tribes of Israel had not fallen to them. So the children of Dan sent 5 men of their family from their territory, men of valor, from Zerah and Eshtael, to spy out the land and search it. They said to them, "Go search the land." So they went to the mountains of Ephraim, to the house of Micah, and lodged there. While they were at the house of Micah, they recognized the voice of the young Levite. They turned aside and said to him, "Who brought you here?" "What are you doing in this place? What do you have here?" He said to them, "Thus and so Micah did for me. He has hired me, and I have become his priest." So they said to him, "Please inquire of God, that we may know whether the journey on which we go will be prosperous." And the priest said to them, "Go in peace. The presence of the Lord be with you on your way." So the 5 men departed and went to Laish. They saw the people who were there, how they dwelled safely, in the matter of the Sidonians, quiet and secure. There were no rulers in the land who might put them to shame for anything. They were far from the Sidonians, and they had no ties with anyone. Then the spies came back to their brethren at Zorah and Eshtaol, and their brethren said to them, "What is your report?" So they said, "Arise, let us go up against them. For we have seen the land, and indeed it is very good. Would you do nothing? Do not hesitate to go and enter to possess the land. When you go, you will come to a secure people and a large land, for God has given it into your hands, a place where there is no lack of anything that is on the earth." And 600 men of the family of the Danites went from there, from Zorah and Ashtael, armed with weapons of war. Then they went up and encamped in Kirjath Jearim in Judah. Therefore they call that place Mahana Dan to this day. There it is, west of Kirjath Jearim. And they passed from there to the mountains of Ephraim, and came to the house of Micah. Then the 5 men who had gone to spy out the country of Laish answered and said to their brethren, "Do you know that there are in these houses an ephod, household idols, a carved image, and a molded image? Now therefore consider what you should do." So they turned aside there, and came to the house of the young Levite man, to the house of Micah, and greeted him. The 600 men, armed with their weapons of war, who were of the children of Dan, stood by the entrance of the gate. Then the 5 men who had gone to spy out the land went up. Entering there, they took the carved image, the ephod, the household idols, and the molded image. The priest stood at the entrance of the gate with the 600 men who were armed with weapons of war. When these went into Micah's house and took the carved image, the ephod, the household idols, and the molded image, the priest said to them, "What are you doing?" And they said to him, "Be quiet, put your hand over your mouth, and come with us. Be a father and a priest to us. Is it better for you to be a priest to the household of one man, or that you be a priest to a tribe and a family in Israel?" So the priest's heart was glad, and he took the ephod, the household idols, and the carved image, and took his place among the people. Then they turned and departed, and put the little ones, the livestock, and the goods in front of them. When they were a good way from the house of Micah, the men who were in the houses near Micah's house gathered together and overtook the children of Dan. And they called out to the children of Dan. So they turned around and said to Micah, "What ails you, that you have gathered such a company?" So he said, "You have taken away my gods, which I made, and the priest, and you have gone away. Now what more do I have? How can you say to me, 'What ails you?'" And the children of Dan said to him, "Do not let your voice be heard among us, lest angry men fall upon you, and you lose your life with the lives of your household." Then the children of Dan went their way, and when Micah saw that they were too strong for him, he turned and went back to his house. So they took the things Micah had made, and the priest who had belonged to him, and went to Laish, to the people, quiet and secure, and they struck them with the edge of the sword, and burned the city with fire. There was no deliverer, because it was far from Sidon, and they had no ties with anyone. It was in the valley that belongs to Beth Rahab. So they rebuilt the city and dwelt there. And they called the name of the city Dan, after the name of Dan their father, who was born to Israel. However, the name of the city formerly was Laish. Then the children of Dan set up for themselves the carved image, and Jonathan the son of Gershom, the son of Manasseh, and his sons were priests to the tribe of Dan until the day of the captivity of the land. So they set up for themselves Micah's carved image, which he made all the time that the house of God was in Shiloh. Chapter 19. And it came to pass in those days, when there was no king in Israel, that there was a certain Levite staying in the remote mountains of Ephraim. He took for himself a concubine from Bethlehem in Judah. But his concubine played the harlot against him, and went away from him to her father's house at Bethlehem in Judah, and was there 4 whole months. Then her husband arose and went after her, to speak kindly to her and bring her back, having his servant and a couple of donkeys with him. So she brought him into her father's house, and when the father of the young woman saw him, he was glad to meet him. Now his father-in-law, the young woman's father, detained him. She stayed with him 3 days. So they ate and drank and lodged there. Then it came to pass on the 4th day that they arose early in the morning and stood to depart. But the young woman's father said to the son-in-law, "Refresh your heart with a morsel of bread, and afterward go your way." So they sat down, and the 2 of them ate and drank together. Then the young woman's father said to the man, "Please be content to stay all night, and let your heart be merry." And when the man stood to depart, his father-in-law urged him. So he lodged there again. Then he arose early in the morning on the 5th day to depart. But the young woman's father said, "Please refresh your heart." So they delayed until afternoon, and both of them ate. And when the man stood to depart, he and his concubine and his servant, his father-in-law, the young woman's father, said to him, "Look, the day is now drawing toward evening. Please spend the night. See, the day is coming to an end. Lodge here that your heart may be merry. Tomorrow go your way early so that you may get home." However, the man was not willing to spend that night. So he rose and departed, and came opposite Jebus, that is Jerusalem. With him were the 2 saddled donkeys. His concubine was also with him. They were near Jebus, and the day was far spent. And the servant said to his master, "Come, please, and let us turn aside into the city of the Jebusites, and lodge in it." But his master said to him, "We will not turn aside here into a city of foreigners, who are not of the children of Israel. We will go on to Gibeah." So he said to his servant, "Come, let us draw near to one of these places, and spend the night in Gibeah or in Ramah." And he passed by and went their way, and the sun went down on them near Gibeah, which belongs to Benjamin. They turned aside there to go into lodge in Gibeah. And when he went in, he sat down in the open square of the city, for no one would take them into his house to spend the night. Just then an old man came in from his work in the field that evening, who also was from the mountains of Ephraim. He was staying in Gibeah, whereas the men of the place were Benjamites. And when he raised his eyes, he saw the traveler in the open square of the city. And the old man said, "Where are you going? And where do you come from?" So he said to him, "We are passing from Bethlehem in Judah toward the remote mountains of Ephraim. I am from there. I went to Bethlehem in Judah. Now I am going to the house of the Lord. But there is no one who will take me into his house, although we have both straw and fodder for our donkeys, and bread and wine for myself, for your female servant, and for the young man who is with your servant. There is no lack of anything." And the old man said, "Peace be with you. However, let all your needs be my responsibility. Only do not spend the night in the open square." So he brought him into his house and gave fodder to the donkeys, and they washed their feet and ate and drank. As they were enjoying themselves, suddenly certain men of the city, perverted men, surrounded the house and beat on the door. They spoke to the master of the house, the old man, saying, "Bring out the man who came to your house, that we may know him carnally." But the master of the house, went out to them and said to them, "No, my brethren, I beg you, do not act so wickedly. Seeing this man has come into my house, do not commit this outrage. Look, here is my virgin daughter and the man's concubine. Let me bring them out now. Humble them and do with them as you please, but to this man do not do such a vile thing." But the men would not heed him. So the men took his concubine and brought her out to them. And they knew her and abused her all night until morning. And when the day began to break, they let her go. Then the woman came as the day was dawning and fell down at the door of the man's house where her master was till it was light. When her master arose in the morning and opened the doors of the house and went out to go his way, there was his concubine fallen at the door of the house with her hands on the threshold. And he said to her, "Get up and let us be going." But there was no answer. So the man lifted her onto the donkey, and the man got up and went to his place. When they entered his house, he took a knife, laid hold of his concubine, and divided her into 12 pieces, limb by limb, and sent her throughout the territory of Israel. And so it was that all who saw it said, "No such deed has been done or seen from the day that the children of Israel came up from the land of Egypt until this day. Consider it, confer, and speak up." Chapter 20. So all the children of Israel came out from Dan to Beersheba, as well as from the land of Gilead, and the congregation gathered together as one man before the Lord at Mizpah. And the leaders of all the peoples of the tribes of Israel presented themselves in the assembly of the people of God, 400,000 foot soldiers who drew the sword. Now the children of Benjamin heard that the children of Israel had gone up to Mizpah. Then the children of Israel said, "Tell us, how did this wicked deed happen?" So the Levite, the husband of the man who was murdered, the husband of the woman who was murdered, answered and said, My concubine and I went into Gibeah, which belongs to Benjamin, to spend the night. And the men in Gibeah rose against me and surrounded the house at night. Because of me, they intended to kill me, but instead they ravished my concubine so that she died. So I took hold of my concubine, cut her in pieces, and sent her throughout all the territory of the inheritance of Israel, because they committed lewdness and outrage in Israel. Look, all of you are children of Israel. Give your advice and counsel here and now. So all the people arose as one man, saying, None of us will go to his tent, nor will any turn back to his house. But now this is the thing which we will go do to Gibeah. We will go up against it by lot. We will take 10 men out of every 100 throughout all the tribes of Israel, 100 out of every 1,000, and 1,000 out of every 10,000, to make provisions for the people, that when they come to Gibeah and Benjamin, they may repay all the vileness that they have done in Israel. So all the men of Israel were gathered against the city, united together as one man. Then the tribes of Israel sent men through all the tribe of Benjamin, saying, What is this wickedness that has occurred among you? Now therefore deliver up the men, the perverted men who are in Gibeah, that we may put them to death and remove the evil from Israel. But the children of Benjamin would not listen to the voice of their brethren, the children of Israel. Instead, the children of Benjamin gathered together from their cities to Gibeah to go to battle against the children of Israel. And from their cities at that time, the children of Benjamin numbered 26,000 men who drew the sword, besides the inhabitants of Gibeah, who numbered 700 select men. Among all this people were 700 select men who were left-handed. Everyone could sling a stone at a hair's breadth and not miss. Now besides Benjamin, the men of Israel numbered 400,000 men who drew the sword. All of these were men of war. Then the children of Israel arose and went up to the house of God to inquire of God. They said, "Which of us shall go up first to battle against the children of Benjamin?" The Lord said, "Judah first." So the children of Israel rose in the morning and encamped against Gibeah. And the men of Israel went out to battle against Benjamin. And the men of Israel put themselves in battle array to fight against them at Gibeah. Then the children of Benjamin came out of Gibeah, and on that day cut down to the ground 22,000 men of the Israelites. And the people, that is, the men of Israel, encouraged themselves and again formed the battle line at the place where they had put themselves in array on the first day. Then the children of Israel went up and wept before the Lord until evening, asking counsel of the Lord, saying, "Shall I again draw near for battle against the children of the brother of Benjamin?" And the Lord said, "Go up against him." So the children of Israel approached the children of Benjamin on the second day, and Benjamin went out against them from Gibeah on the second day, and cut down to the ground 18,000 more of the children of Israel. All these drew the sword. And all the children of Israel, that is, all the people, went up and came to the house of God and wept. They sat there before the Lord and fasted that day until evening. And they offered up burnt offerings and peace offerings before God, the Lord. So the children of Israel inquired of the Lord. And the ark of the covenant of God was there in those days. And Peninnah, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, stood before in those days, saying, "Shall I yet again go out to battle against the children of my brother and Benjamin, or shall I cease?" And the Lord said, "Go up, for tomorrow I will deliver them into your hand." Then Isaiah set men in ambush all around Gibeah. And the children of Israel went up against the children of Benjamin. On the third day they put themselves in battle array against Gibeah, as at the other times. So the children of Benjamin went out against the people, and were drawn away from the city. They began to strike down and kill some of the people, as at the other times, in the highways, one of which goes up to Bethel and the other to Gibeah, and in the field about 30 men of Israel. And the children of Benjamin said, "They are defeated before us as at first." But the children of Israel said, "Let us flee and draw them away from the city to the highways." So all the men of Israel rose from their place and put themselves in battle array at Baal Tamar. Then Israel's men in ambush burst forth from their position in the plain of Geba. And 10,000 select men from all Israel came against Gibeah, and the battle was fierce. But the Benjamites did not know that disaster was upon them. The Lord defeated Benjamin before Israel, and the children of Israel destroyed that day 25,100 Benjamites. All these drew the sword. So the children of Benjamin saw that they were defeated. The men of Israel had given ground to the Benjamites, because they relied on the men in ambush, whom they had set against Gibeah. And the men in ambush quickly rushed upon Gibeah. The men in ambush spread out and struck the whole city with the edge of the sword. Now the appointed signal between the men of Israel and the men in ambush was that there would make a great cloud of smoke rise up from the city, whereupon the men of Israel would turn in battle. Now Benjamin had begun to strike and kill about 30 of the men of Israel, for they said, "Surely they are defeated before us as in the first battle." But when the cloud began to rise from the city, in a column of smoke. The Benjamites looked behind them, and there was a whole city going up in smoke to heaven. And when the men of Israel turned back, the men of Benjamin panicked, for they saw that disaster had come upon them. Therefore they turned their backs before the men of Israel in the direction of the wilderness. But the battle overtook them, and whoever came out of the cities they destroyed in their midst. They surrounded the Benjamites, chased them, and easily trampled them down as far as the front of Gibeah toward the east. And 18,000 men of Benjamin fell. All these were men of valor. These they turned and fled toward the wilderness, to the rock of Rimmon, and they cut down the 5,000 of them on the highways. Then they pursued them relentlessly up to Gibam and killed 2,000 of them. So all who fell of Benjamin that day were 25,000 men who drew the sword. All these were men of valor. But 600 men turned and fled toward the wilderness to the rock of Rimmon, and they stayed at the rock of Rimmon for 4 months. And the men of Israel turned back against the children of Benjamin and struck them down with the edge of the sword. From every city, men and beasts, all who were found, they also set fire to all the cities they came to. Chapter 21. Then the men of Israel had sworn an oath at Mizpah, saying, "None of us shall give his daughter to Benjamin as a wife." Then the people came to the house of God and remained there before God till morning. They lifted up their voices and wept bitterly and said, "O Lord God of Israel, why has this come to pass in Israel, that today there should be one tribe missing in Israel?" So it was on the next morning that the people rose early and built an altar there and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings. The children of Israel said, "Who is there among all the tribes of Israel who do not come up with the assembly to the Lord?" For they had made a great oath concerning anyone who had not come up to the Lord at Mizpah, saying, "He shall surely be put to death." And the children of Israel grieved for Benjamin their brother, and said, "One tribe is cut off from Israel today. What shall we do for wives for those who remain, seeing we have sworn by the Lord that we will not give them our daughters as wives?" And they said, "What one is there from the tribes of Israel who did not come up to Mizpah to the Lord?" And in fact, no one had come to the camp from Jabesh Gilead to the assembly. For when the people were counted, indeed, not one of the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead was there. So the congregation sent out there 12,000 of their most valiant men and commanded them, saying, "Go and strike the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead with the edge of the sword, including the women and children. And this is the thing that you shall do. You shall utterly destroy every male and every woman who has known a man intimately." So they found among the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead 400 young virgins who had not known a man intimately, and they brought them to the camp at Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan. When the whole congregation sent word to the children of Benjamin, who were at the rock of Rimmon, and announced peace to them, so Benjamin came back at the time, and they gave them the women who had saved the life of the women of Jabesh Gilead, yet they had not found enough for them. And the people grieved for Benjamin, because the Lord had made a void in the tribes of Israel. Then the elders of the congregation said, "What shall we do for wives for those who remain, since the women of Benjamin have been destroyed?" And they said, "There must be an inheritance for the survivors of Benjamin, that a tribe may not be destroyed from Israel. However, we cannot give them wives from our daughters, For the children of Israel have sworn on oath, saying, Cursed be the one who gives a wife to Benjamin. Then they said, in fact, there is a yearly feast of the Lord in Shiloh, which is north at Bethel, on the east side of the highway that goes up from Bethel to Shechem, and south of Libnah. Therefore they instructed the children of Benjamin, saying, Go, lie in wait in the vineyards, and watch, and just when the daughters of Shiloh come out to perform their dances, then come out from the vineyards, and every man catch a wife for himself from the daughters of Shiloh, then go to the land of Benjamin. Then it shall be, when their fathers and their brothers come to us to complain, that we will say to them, Be kind to them, for our sakes, because we did not take a wife for any of them in the war. For it is not as though you have given the woman to them at this time, making yourselves guilty of your oath. And the children of Benjamin did so. They took enough wives for their number from those who danced, whom they caught. Then they went and returned to their inheritance, and they rebuilt the cities and dwelt in them. So the children of Israel departed from there at that time, every man to his tribe and family. They went out from there, every man to his inheritance. In those days there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what was right in his own eyes. The book of Ruth. Chapter 1. Now it came to pass in the days when the judges ruled, or there was a famine in the land, and a certain man of Bethlehem, Judah, went to dwell in a country of Moab, he and his wife and his 2 sons. The name of the man was Elimelech. The name of his wife was Naomi. And the names of his 2 sons was Mahlon and Chilion, Ephrathites of Bethlehem, Judah. And they went to the country of Moab and remained there. Then Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died, and she was left with her 2 sons. Now they took wives of the women of Moab. The name of one was Orpah, and the name of the other Ruth. And they dwelt there about 10 years. And both Mahlon and Chilion also died. So the woman survived her 2 sons and her husband. Then she arose with her daughters-in-law, that she might return from the country of Moab. For she had heard in the country of Moab that the Lord had visited his people by giving them bread. Therefore she went out from the place where she was, and her 2 daughters-in-law with her, and they went on the way to return the land of Judah. And Naomi said to her 2 daughter-in-laws, Go, return each to your mother's house. The Lord deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me. The Lord grant that you may find rest, each in the house of her husband. So she kissed them, and they lifted up their voices and wept. And they said to her, Surely we will return with you to your people. But Naomi said, Turn back, my daughters. Why will you go with me? Are there still sons in my womb, that they may be your husbands? Turn back, my daughters. Go, for I am too old to have a husband. If I should say I have hope, if I should have a husband tonight, and should also bear sons, would you wait for them till they are grown? Would you retain yourselves from having husbands? No, my daughters, for it grieves me very much for your sakes, that the hand of the Lord has gone out against me. Then they lifted up their voices and wept again. And Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, but Ruth clung to her. And she said, Look, your sister-in-law has gone back to her people and to her gods. Return after your sister-in-law. But Ruth said, Entreat me not to leave you, or to turn back from following after you. For wherever you go, I will go. And wherever you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there will I be buried. The Lord do so to me, and more also, if anything but death parts you and me. She saw that she was determined to go with her. She stopped speaking to her. Now the two of them went until they came to Bethlehem. And it happened when they had come to Bethlehem that all the city was excited because of them. And the women said, "Is this Naomi?" But she said to them, "Do not call me Naomi. Call me Mara, for the Almighty has dealt very bitterly with me. I went out full, and the Lord has brought me home again empty. Why do you call me Naomi? Since the Lord has testified against me, and the Almighty has afflicted me." So Naomi returned, and Ruth the Moabite, her daughter-in-law, with her, who returned from the country of Moab. Now they came to Bethlehem at the beginning of barley harvest. There was a relative of Naomi's husband, a man of great wealth of the family of Elimelech. His name was Boaz. So Ruth the Moabitess said to Naomi, "Please let me go to the field and glean heads of grain after him, whose sight I may find favor." And she said to her, "Go, my daughter." Then she left and went and gleaned in the field after the reapers. And she happened to come to the part of the field belonging to Boaz, who is of the family of Elimelech. Now behold, Boaz came from Bethlehem and said to the reapers, "The Lord be with you." And they answered him, "The Lord bless you." Then Boaz said to his servant, "Who is in charge of the reapers? Whose young woman is this?" So the servant who was in charge of the reapers answered and said, "It is the young Moabite woman who came back with Naomi from the country of Moab." And she said, "Please, let me glean and gather after the reapers among the sheaves." So she came and has continued from morning until now, though she rested a little in the house. Then Boaz said to Ruth, "You will listen, my daughter, will you not? Do not go to glean in another field, nor go from here, but stay close by my young women. Let your eyes be on the field which you reap, and go after them. Have I not commanded the young men not to touch you? And women, you are thirsty, go to the vessels and drink from what the young men have drawn." So she fell on her face, bowed down to the ground, and said to him, "Why have I found favor in your eyes, that you should take notice of me, since I am a foreigner?" And Boaz answered and said to her, "It has been fully reported to me, all that you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband, and how you have left your father and your mother and the land of your birth, and have come to the people whom you did not know before. The Lord repay your work, and a full reward be given you by the Lord your God of Israel, under whose wings you have come for refuge." Then she said, "Let me find favor in your sight, my Lord, for you have comforted me, and have spoken kindly to your maidservant, though I am not like one of your maidservants." Now Boaz said to her at mealtime, "Come here and eat of the bread, and dip your piece of bread in the vinegar." So she sat beside the reapers, and he passed parched grain to her. And she ate and was satisfied, and kept some back. And when she arose up to glean, Boaz commanded his young men, saying, "Let her glean even among the sheaves, and do not reproach her. Also let grain from bundles fall purposely for her. Leave it that she may glean, and do not rebuke her." So she gleaned in the field until evening, and beat out what she had gleaned, and it was about an ephah of barley. Then she took it up and went into the city and her mother-in-law saw what she had gleaned. So she brought out and gave to her what she had kept back after she had been satisfied. And her mother-in-law said to her, "Where have you gleaned today? And where did you work? Blessed be the one who took notice of you." So she told her mother-in-law in whom she had worked and said, "The man's name with whom I work today is Boaz." Then Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, "Blessed be he of the Lord, who has not forsaken his kindness to the living and the dead." And Naomi said to her, "This man is a relation of ours, one of our close relatives." Ruth the Moabitess said, "He also said to me, 'You shall stay close by my young men until they have finished all my harvest.'" And Naomi said to Ruth, her daughter-in-law, "It is good, my daughter, that you go out with his young women, and that people do not meet you in any other field." So she stayed close by the young woman of Boaz to glean until the end of the barley harvest and wheat harvest, and she dwelt with her mother-in-law. Chapter 3. Then Naomi, her mother-in-law, said to her, "My daughter, shall I not seek security for you, that it may be well with you? Now Boaz, whose young woman you are with, is he not a relative? In fact, he is winnowing barley tonight at the threshing floor. Therefore wash yourself and anoint yourself. Put on the best garment and go down to the threshing floor, but do not make yourself known to the man until he has finished eating and drinking. Then it shall be when he lies down that you shall notice the place where he lies, and you shall go in, uncover his feet, and lie down, and he will tell you what you should do." And she said to her, "All that you say to me I will do." So she went down to the threshing floor and did according to all that her mother-in-law instructed her. And after Boaz had eaten and drunk, and his heart was cheerful, he went to lie down at the end of the heap of grain. And she came softly and covered his feet and lay down. And it happened at midnight that the man was startled and turned himself, and there a woman was laying at his feet. And he said, "Who are you?" So she answered, "I am Ruth, your maidservant. Take your maidservant under your wing, for you are a close relative." Then he said, "Blessed are you of the Lord, my daughter, for you have shown more kindness at the end than at the beginning, and that you did not go after young men, whether poor or rich. And now, my daughter, do not fear. I will do for you all that you request. For all the people of my town know that you are a virtuous woman. Now it is true that I am a close relative. However, there is a relative closer than I. Stay this night, and in the morning it shall be that if he will perform the duty of a close relative for you, good, let him do it. But if he does not want to perform the duty for you, then I will perform the duty for you. As the Lord lives, lie down until morning." So she lay at his feet until morning, and she arose before one could recognize another. Then he said, "Do not let it be known that the woman came to the threshing floor." Also he said, "Bring the shawl that is on you and hold it." And when she held it, he measured 6 ephahs of barley and laid it on her. So she went in the city. When she came to her mother-in-law, she said, "Is that you, my daughter?" Then she told her all that the man had done for her. And she said, "These 6 ephahs of barley he gave me, for he said to me, 'Do not go empty-handed to your mother-in-law.'" Then she said, "Sit still, my daughter, until you know how the matter will turn out. For the man will not rest until he has concluded the matter this day." Chapter 4. Now Boaz went up to the gate and sat down there. And behold, the close relative of whom Boaz had spoken came by. So Boaz said, "Come aside, friend. Sit down here." So he came aside and sat down. And he took 10 men of the elders of the city and said, "Sit down here." So they sat down. Then he said to the close relative, Naomi, who has come back from the country of Moab, sold the piece of land which belonged to her brother Amalek. And I thought to inform you, saying, "Buy it back in the presence of the inhabitants and the elders of my people. If you will redeem it, redeem it. But if you will not redeem it, then tell me, that I may know. For there is no one but you to redeem it, and I am next after you." And he said, I will redeem it. And then Boaz said, on the day you buy the field from the hand of Naomi, you must also buy it from Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of the dead, to perpetuate the name of the dead through his inheritance. And the close relative said, I cannot redeem it for myself, lest I ruin my own inheritance. You redeem my right of redemption for yourself, for I cannot redeem it. Now this was the custom in former times in Israel, concerning redeeming and exchanging. To confirm anything, one man took off his sandal and gave it to the other, and this was a confirmation in Israel. Therefore the close relative said to Boaz, buy it for yourself. So he took off his sandal. And Boaz said to the elders and the people, you are witnesses this day that I have bought all that was Amalek's, and all that was Chilion's and Mahlon's from the hand of Naomi. Moreover, Ruth the Moabitess, the widow of Mahlon, I have acquired as my wife, to perpetuate the name of the dead through his inheritance, that the name of the dead may not be cut off from among his brethren, and from his portion at the gate. You are witnesses this day. And all the people who were at the gate and the elders said, we are witnesses. The Lord make the woman who is coming to your house like Rachel and Leah, the two who built the house of Israel. And may you prosper in Ephrathah and be famous in Bethlehem. May your house be like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah, because of the offspring which the Lord will give you from this woman. So Boaz took Ruth, and she became his wife. And when he went into her, the Lord gave her conception, and she bore a son. Then the woman said to Naomi, blessed be the Lord, who has not left you this day without a close relative, and may his name be famous in Israel. And may he be to you a restorer of life and the nourisher of your old age. For your daughter-in-law who loves you, who is better to you than 7 sons, has borne him. And Naomi took the child and laid him on her bosom and became a nurse to him. Also the woman, the neighbor woman, gave him a name, saying, there is a son born to Naomi. And they called his name Obed. He is the father of Jesse, the father of David. Now this is the genealogy of Perez. Perez begat Hezron. Hezron begat Ram. And Ram begat Amminadab. Amminadab begat Nahshon. Nahshon begat Salmon. Salmon begat Boaz. And Boaz begat Obed. Obed begat Jesse. And Jesse begat David. Lorobosa Sulevi. Adurubureberebi Yoroburemenemio Nananama. Adurubureberebi Yoroburemenemio Nananama. Larabarabarebi Yoroburemenemio Nananame. Aribiribi. Aribiribi. Ramenemasi. Roromenemionamo. Alurubureberebi. Aduruburamenemasi. Alarabaramenemionamo. Alarabaramenemionamo. Aduruburibiribi Urobosi. Aluruburibiribi Uroboramanama. Aduruburibiribi Urobosa. Andondiribiana nananamasi. Aduruburibiribi Uroboramanami. Aduruburibiribi nananamasa. Ano nananamasi. Rubiribi Osadireve. Aduruburibiribi nananama. Alaraba ano sulereve. Aribiribio nananamusa. Raverebe siorovo. Alarabaremene mionamoni. Aluruburibiribio nananame. Alarabarabarabiorovosa. Dondreva nananamasa. Roberebiorobune. Roberebiorobune. Halorabareberebiorobosa. Raberebie nananamasi. Alarabaremenemionamo. Adurabareberebioroboramanamusa. Aluraburibioroboani. Aduruburibidibiuraburemanamasa. Aluruburibidio nananamasi. Rabadaba asalidave. Duruvuremenemionamo. Alarabarabarabiurabosa. Alarabarebiurabosa salidavia. Anu nananamase. Alu salidavua nananama. Arobidabio nananamaso. Aduruburibidibiurabo. Aduruburibidibiurabo sasalidavi. Lorabooni. Lorabooni salarava. Rebidibiurabonia. Rebidibiurabonia. Arubidibiurabosi. Aru larabiurabosi. Anduruvuremenemio nananama. Aduruvuribidibiurabodamanamasi. Lorabosa. Lorabosa salidave. Anu nananamasi. Anu nananamasi. Loraboremenemionamonia. Aduraburemenemionamone. Lorabowo nananamasi. Aduruburibidibiuraboona. Ribidibiosalidave. Rabadabe nananamasa. Aduruburemenemionamoni. Rabadaba nananamasa. Ribidibio nananamusa. Lorabo nananamasi. Rabadibio nananama. Rabadabe salidavia. Ribidibio nananamosi. Romanamio nananamasi. Ano nananamasi. Ravidibe esilirevova. Robidibioroboni. Aduraburemo silirevia. O nananamasa. Nusha nananamani. Ano nananamaso silirevia. Adurabure menemio nananamase. Ramanamaso silirevia. Donde deva ando silirevia. Allo shalorobo one. Allo shalorobo oni. Laraba anananamaso. Aduraburibidibi yorobosi. Rabidibi endidibi anama. Undo shananamaso. Laraba andedevese. Rabidibi o no musa. Shalurabu unda. Alorobo roma salidivia. Anduraburibidibi no musi. Aduraburemene mionamoni. Larabarama salorio no musi. Shalutabu nananamasi. Aduraburimene mion no musi. Rabadeva asalereve. Salorabo or nananamasi. Ribidibio salereva. Rabadeva andanamosa. Lo lorabo one sananamasi. Rabadeva nananamasi. Donde devio no musa. Lo laraba ano sananama. Adurabureberebi orabosa sulirevia. O nananamasi. Roberebio sulirevasa. Roberebio nananamasi. Loraboramaname. Aduraburemo sananamasi. Roberebio nananamo. Roberebio nananamo. Aduraburibiribio shalirevi. Saludable onda. Saludable onda salereve. Loraboreme mionamoni. Rabere ba asalerevia. Robere bio no 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 musia. Dosa laravasia. Shalutabu unda. Lorabaramana masia. Lo na 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 masia. Anduraburi ne miona moni. Aduraburamana mio. Lorabarebe de bio na 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 ma. Rabere na na miana na na ma. Andorabaremo sudirevia. Lorabareme ne miona na na masa. Loraba on de viana na na masi. Adorabaro na na mio na 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 masi. Adurabere biorobosa. Loraba on na 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 masi. Remene me na 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 masi. Salalaraba ano salarava. Adurabura manamio na moania na 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 masi. Adurabura manamio na moania na 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 masi. Alulurabo unda. Ano na 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 mani. Robere bio laravasi. Aduraburebio nananama. Anu nananamusa. Laraba ano saliravi. Allora borremo. Allora borremo salireveo. Anu nananamasi. Anu nananamasi saliravi. Allora boramaname. Adurabu reberebio nananama. Adurabu reberebio nananama. Allo shalarabasi. Shalurabu unda silereve. Laraba ananame. Allurabu reberebio nananamusa. Roberebio salirevi. Anu nananamasi. Reberebio nananama. Reberebio raboremenemi. Adurabu remenemi unamoni. Loroboroma salireve. Adurabu reberebio rabonia. Larabaremenemi unamo. Shio laravasa. Loro Roma Salereve. Sion Nanamusi. Shaluda Boonda Salaravasi. Revereviere ba nananama. Allora borome nemiona ma nananama. Raberebe esioravo. Oh nananamasi. Allora vorremo salire via. Roma nemio no musi. Adura buri biri bio nananamasi. Lara barevere bio nanami. Allura buri biri bio namone. Adura burama nemio namonea. Adura buri biri bio burama nami. Adura boroma salire via. Lera vie nananamasi. Allora boroma nemio namo. Dosa lera via nananamasi. Shiorobo Roma Silarava. Shioraba Ando Nunanamusia. Shaluraba Unda Silarava. Let it be easily to be on Nunanamusia. Ano Nananamase Silerevoa. A little bitty bitty Bioroboani. Ribidi Biosa de Reve. Donde va anno salere via. Revere viora vosa salere voa. A little bitty biora boni. Ribidi be easily to via. Rabide ba ande. Shio laraba anno sananamasia. Anduru Roma salire via. Shalaraba ando nunanamusia. Aduru rebe de bi ona nanamasia. Alora rebo babasha. Donde va ando se deve. Saludabu una sananama. Shasalara anda. Oshalereve ende silerevio. Duruburibidibi orabone. Shalurava onda silereve. Duruburibidibi orabo. Rebedebion ananamasi. Aluruburibidibion ananama. Shalurava onda. Shioraba remo silerevi. Shiona nanamasi. Shalurava onda de miana nanama. Shioraba ona. Rividivi isilirevio. Revidibio nanamasi. Laraba anda silireve. Aduruburi biribi uraboana. Adurubure menemi unamoani. Aluruburi biribi uraboana. Larabani siliravo. Salutabu unda. Alorabu nanamasi. Do salaravasi. Do salaravasi silirivio nananamasi. Shiorabu sasilirivi. Alurabu unde ananamasi. Adurabu one. Alurabu una sananami. Alurabu o nananamasi. Adurabu romanamia nananamasi. Lorabo o nananamasa salidavi. Ludabudi minimi oramo anea. Rabadabi e salidavia. Aludabo o nananama. Ano nananamasi. Alorabo Roma salidavio shaladava. Aludabo o nananamasa. Saladaba ananamasi. Shaludabo o nananamasa. Shaludabo o nananamasa. Aduraburi bidibi oraborea. No nananamane. Aluraburebidibi oraboani. Rebidibi oraboania. Rebidibi oraboania. Aluraburi bidibi oraboramo. Aduraburi bidibi oraboramanami. Aduraboramanami nananama. Larabaremo nananamani salidave. Rovidabio Nanamusi. Anu Nananamasa. Revidabi Osalaravasi Sidivi. Shalu Ludabo Onde. Ravidabe Nananamasa. Onduraburemenemi Onamoania Nananama. Aduraburemenemi Onamoania Nananama. Ravidabe Nananama. Anduraburemenemi Onanamase. Aduraburemenemi Onanamasi. Lorobaroma Sidivi. Aduraburemenemi Onamoni. Alorabaram Onamo. Lorabawu Nananamasa. Aduraburemenemi Onamone. Lorabawu Nananama. Laraba Nananamosi. Aduraburibidio Nananamasa. Lorabareberebioraboni Nananama. Shalutabu Nananamasi. Ribidibi Isidivi. Allora vorame mio namo. Ravirebe es larahara nananamasa. Allora bona sananamasi. Shiorabo onda sananama. Andon dirivi nenenenemisa. Allora boram and me. Andurivoremo sananami. Ano nananamane. Re berebi oroboani. Laraba ananamusa. Lurubu nananamasi. Loraba ano. Alloraba ano. Lorobo romanamiana nanama. Alorabo o nananamasi. Aduraburebo sudereve. Alorabore menemi e nananamasi. Alurabo o nananamasa sudereve. Alidivi indirivisa. Shalurabo o nananamasa. Rovidevesa. Alurabureberebi oroboram enemy. Adurabureberebi oroboram enemy. Loraba ani. Adurabureberebi orobosi. Dondreva andrevasa suderevi. Aroroberebi orobona. Adirivi inenemisa suderevia. Aloroboreberebi orobo. Alurabure enemy onomo. Alurabure enemy onomo. Laraba ano sudereve. Duruburama enemy enanama. Shalurabu orna suderevia. Shalurabu orna suderevia. Loraburama enemy onomo ani. Adurubudibidibisa. Rabanibe and ananamasi. Adurubudibidibi uruboramanama. Dosananamasi. Shalurubu unde salerevia. Rebedebi onananamasa. Shalulurubu onananamasi. Rebedebe ende ananamusa. Arubedebi onananamasi. Shalurable onde. Shalurable onde sananamasa. Shiolaraba ani salereve. Aduruburibidibi yoruba sananama. Aduruburibidibi onanama. Shiorable one nananamasi. Shalarabaroma ananamasi silirivia. Aduruburibidibi yoruba. Ano nananamasi. Loroboremene mionamo. Aromene miene mionamo. Aduruburibidibi yorabaramanami onamoni. Hello, Lorabawuna. Aduruburibidibi yorabaramanamassi. Aduruburamaname. Lorabaremanami onamoni nananamasa. Luruburibidibi yorabaramanamassi. Lo Lorabawuna sananama. Rabbidibi nananamasi. Lorabawu nananamasa. Aduruburibidibi nananamasi. Loraburamanameene. Dosa laravasa. Ribidibi nananamasi. No nananamasi salidave. Rebidibi laravahara. Aduruburibidibi nananamasi. Aduruburibidibi nananamasa. No nananamasi silidivi. Rabidiba derivasa. Larava ando silidivi. Aribidibi inde silidivova. Loraboguna Suderevi. Shalurabo Nanamasa. Rebebe Enderevia Nanamasi. Ribidibiosa Laravasa. Rabidebe Enderevisa. Adurabo Nanamasi. Rabidebe Ende. Romanemiona. Romanemiona. Adurabo Rebidebe. Adurabo Remenemiona Mosi. Lorabo Anna Sinanamia. Doshalarava Anisalarava. Dondriva Ando Silerevi. Shalurabu Nananamasa. Dosilerevio. Dosilerevio. Silerevi. Larabaremo ananama. Vibiribiosa larava. Salu aluravu neananamania. Adurabarem enemionamo. Doraba andis lidivia. Lorabaremo sananama. Dosa leravasa salidavia. Rabidabio nananamasa. Dosa leravia nananamisa. Rabidaba nananamasi. Adurabudibidibio nananamasa. Roberebi ananamasi. Ro raberebi ananamasi. Raberebe esidirevi. Aluraburibi orabo. Aluraburibi orabo. Raberebi ananama. Aluraburibi orabo ramenemasi. Shalurabu unda ananamasi. Salurabu unda revianama. Lorabu unda ananamasi. Salurabu unda ananamasi. Shalurabu una. Lorabu una nanama. Alaraba ananamase. Robere orobo one. Rebere on ne mosa. Lora baramene me. Rubere biora baramene me anamane. Lora baroma. Si orobo una sananama. Shalure buone ananamasi. Aru ramene mi anama. Lorobosa nanamasi. Alurabu nananama. Sioroba Romana Musa. Andurabo Nanana Musia. Andorabo Ramana Miona Monea. Lora Baremele Maana. Dosa Nananamasi. Lora Boa Nananamasa. Aduru Ramana Mio Nananamasi. Rovana Mio Nananamo. Ribidibi Boani. Allora Boane Nananama. Allaraba Ano Salidavi. Rabideba Aso Salidave. Ribidibi Salidavio. Rabidebe endere visa. Robidebe on the musa. Aluruburibibi yoraboramanemi. Duruburibibi yoraboramanemi anama. Rabidibi yorabosi. Lorabo un nananamasi. Shalurabu usidereve. Shalurabu un nananamasa. Shaluruburibibi yoraboani. Shaluruburibi siyoravosa. Salaraba asalereve. Shaluruburemo sinanami. Shierava ando silerevi. Shalurabu nananamasa. Adurubure menemi unumoania. Loraburoma silerevi. Aduruburamenemi unumoania. Loraburamenemi unumoania nananama. Adurubureberebi urubuani silerevi. Aruberebi o no musa. Aluruburibidibi uruburamene. Adurubureberebi uruburamene. Shalarabaano sananama. Aduruburibi orobosi. Shalorabaremo suderevi. Shaliravi aravaso. Salurabu unde suderevi. Salurabu una suderevi. Shalurabu remo suderevi. Siorobusa sulerava. Salurabu Roma suderevi. Larabaramana miunumo nia nananama. Aroberebi oroboramana miunumo nia nananamase. Aribidibi oroboramana miunumo nia nananamasa suderevi. Shalurabo on the divianda. Rabidiba ananamaane. Shalulurubu on the diviana nanama. Shiaraba ananamane. Salurabo ananamasi. Salutabu unda nananamasi. Alorabu una salerava. Roberebi oda baramanemi unamoni. Aduda baramanemi unamoni nananama. Rabedebe ende. Rabedebe endo. Andurubu remenemi unamoni. Ribidibi o nananama. A lot of remo ananamasi. A little bit and my soul. Shio nananamasa. Shioraba andre veseti niniano. Rabereba andre vasa. Shaluda buramana mianama neo nananama. Shiaraba ananamasa. Shio salaravasi. Shio nananamasi. Loraboramana mionamone. Shio larabani. Adu sholaravaso solaravua. Adurabure menemiana maanea nananamusi. Ra berebio nananamasi. Shalu lurubuune. Shalu lurubuone. Larabaramo. Larabaramo sulerevi. Aduraburibibi oraboramanama. Aduraburibibi oraboramanama. Allo loroborema. Allo loroborema. Arribidibi oraboreberebe. Aduraburamanemi onamo ania nananama. Dos loriora borema enemi onamo ania. Rabereba ananamasa. Ribiribiosa lerevasa. Lora berema enemi onamo ania. Dosha lereviarava. Lora boremo sudirivir. Adurubiribiorobosa. Salutabuuna anananamasi. Ravidavesa salidavi. Adurubirabioroboania. Rabidabioroboram enemy. Adurubiribioroboramanamasa. Do shaledavia. Rabidaba ananama. Siere veenda. Shalara baroma silerevi. Shio no musia. Shia na masa. Laraba ando suluravua na masa. Shio na masi. Aduruburi biribi yoroboramene mionomonea. Arobere bi yoroboramene mi. Aluruburi biribi yorobo. Aduruburi biribi yoroboramene ma. Lorobarabere. Andurubure mene mianama. Aluruburamene mianame. Larabaramene mionomonea. Aduruburabere bi yorobosa. Donde deva anda silirevi. Ribiribi yoroboani. Alorobarabere. Alurubuani ananama. Aroberebi yoroboreberebisa. Aluruburibi onanama. Raberebi lerebi onanamasa. Rabereba asalerebe. Aduruburi biribioroboani. Adon deriviana nananama. Raberebe nananamasi. Aduruburi biribioroboramanamasa. Alorobo nananamasa. Aluruburi biribioroboona. Aduruburi biribioroboramanamasi. Do shalaravanayo. Viviribiosa derevi. Rabidaba asa dereve. Do sali lidiviana. Loraba Roma silidivi. Aduruburibidibioroboani. Lorabo ona. Aduruvaremo ananama. Alusha lidivia. Laraba anunununumusi. Aluruburam and a mionamo. Aduruburem and a mion and a musa. Alarabaan ananamase. Ado shularevi. Re berebi on ananamasa. Lorabo on ananamasa. Ribidibi on ananamasi. Rabidibi es O Salaravasa. Alurabu on ananamasi. Anon ananamasi. Shalurabu on ananamasa. Adurubu ribidibi yorabo. Lorabu on ananamasi. Shalurabu on ananamasi. Shalurabu on ananamaso. Sudarave. Anon ananamasi. Duruburibibi urubuana nanama. Duruburibibi nananama. Lurubuana nanamasi. Lurubuana nanamasa. Durubure menemieneme. Loroboro manamianama. Duruburibibi urabuni. Shalurubuona nanamasa. Adon diriviena nanamase. Dosa laravasi. Shalurubuon derevasa. Dosa laravasi. Solorabuona salarava. Don darava ananamasa. Luruburibibi uruboramanamasi. Shalarabaramanami urumonia. Shaluruburi biribi urubo. Dosa nananama anea lirevi. Halu hala ananananananama anea nunamusi. Shalurubu reberebi oroboani. Luruburibidibi orobora manama. Rividivisa. Ruberebio nunamusa. Ruberebio nunamusa. Shalurabo Roma Ramasi. Salorabo o nananamase. Rabadebe ende salereva. Do salaravasi. Do salaravasi. Aduraburemo nananamasi. Lorabouna. Lorabouna. Lo shalerevi ananamasa. Roberevi oraboani. Ravereve enderevi orabosa. Shalara baroma nanamani. Rebedebie, salada yada na musa, salada veo. Rebedebi orabo wona, salada va. Alaraba na masi. Rebedebi orabo wone. Rabedebe na masa. Rebedebi orsalada via. Shiorabo una, salada via. Dos salada baani. Rabedeba salada vo. Rabedebe ende. Shiorabo una na masi. Dos salada via. Shalu lurubu undi. Aladaba na masa. Aluruburibidibi orabaramanabi oramoania. Rubidibi orabo. Aduruburibidibi orabaramanabi oramoania. Aduruburibidibi oraboana na ma. Allora ande devesse. A little bit of it be oh na 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 ma. Rabbit it be. A doodle buram and me on a mo. A little bit in, little bit out of a A doodle bit be order but rabbit be oh. No, na 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 masi. No, na 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 masa. A be order but ramanama. A doodle be order but rabbit. A lot of an did be na 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 masi. Ribidi be oh so little be. A lot of na 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 masa su de vie she oh nuna musi. A ribidi be order but ramana maso. Adorable ramana mi ona mo anea na 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 masi. A little bit be. A lot of ramana mi. A lot of ramana mi ona mo anea na 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 masi. Aludabuana. Shaludabu onda salarava. Adurubiribiribio. Adurubiribiribio. Nanananamu. Ro robadebiana nananamasi. Rebedebi oroboramane maso. Rubidibio laravasi. Adurubure amenemi anama. Adurubura amenemio no. Rabidebe nananamasi. Rabidebe nananamasi. Aribidibi oroboramanemi oromoanea. Adurabure bidebi o nananamasi. Rabidebe esi orovosa. Shalurubu unda sananamasi. Shalulurubu unda. Shalulurubu unda. Do salanamasi. Ribidibi o nananamasi. Shioroba Roma Silidivi. Salaraba Ani Silidivi. Rabere ba ando unanamasi. Shioroba onanamasi. Loraba ananamasi. Shioroba Roma Silidevi. Luraburebedevi onanama. Salutable onanamasi. Salaraba nunumusa. Duruburemo ananamania. Rabedevi yoraburemenemi unamoania nananamasi. Aluruburibidibi yorabo. Laraba nunumusa. Robedebi onanamasi. Rabedebi yoraburamenemasi. Duruburemenemi unamoania nananama. Robedebeneniano. Aribiribi oshalarava. Robiribi orabuani. Aduruburibi orabaribibusa. Lorabuani salerave. Aribiribi olarabasi. Alarabaramani onamoane ananamasa. Adurubure menemi onamoani. Alarabareberebi orabuona. Roberebi orabuoni. Larabaramani onamoane ananamaso. Anduruburibi orabaramane. Aluruburibi orabaramane. Aruburibi orabosa. Aruburibi orabosa salirevia. Anduruburibidibi oroboano. Anduruburibidibi oroboano. Allora boasso della via. Arro rovedebi oroboani. Anduruburibidibi oroboramene mase. Andurubure mio nananamasi. Lurubu nananamasi. No sanananamaso. Lurubu ushalivi. Lurubu ushalivi. Roberabie larabaani. Aduraburabi orabosa. Luruburimini unamoania nananama. Lorabuosa deravi. Aduraburibi oraboramaname. Aduraburibi oraboramaname. Allo lorabo nananamasa. Andun diravie nananamase. Aroberebio lurabuana nananamasa. Anduraburibi lurabu nananamase. Laraba nananamasi. Adurabureberebi yoraboramanama. Duraburibi yoraboramanamaso. No, Musa. Ro, rebedevi, sazirivi. Adurubureberebiorabawona. Aluruburibiorabaramanamasi. Robirebe. Aduruburibiorabaramanamasa. Larabaramanamio nananamasa silirevishio nananamane. Robirevio nananamasa. Laraba ano silireve. Loraboramanami. Aduraboramanami unamonea. Luruburi bidibi oraboramanami anamane. Loraboreberebi orabosalarevia. Lorabo nananamasa. Loraboremo silirevia. Rabarebi silireve. Ribidibio silirevia. Rabarebi silireva. Ribidibiosa de revea. Allo nananamasa silidivia. Adurubudibidibiorabo nananamasa. Ribidibiosa de revea. Adurubudemenemiana nanama. Rabadeba asa de revea. Oh nananamasa. Dosa laravasi. Rebedebe nananamani. Allo shalorovosa. Ribidibi inirimiya nananama. Anduruburibidibiyo nanananamusi. Dosa laravaani. Alusa lereveo. Alusa lereveo. Rebedebe nanananama. Aluruburibidibiyorabuona. Laravaani silerevia. Rabideba ananamasi. Aduruburibidibioroboani. Aduruburibidibiorobosa. Allah anananamasi. Arubidibioroboramanamiananama. Rabidibiorobo. Aluruburibidibiorobo. Shulurubuunde ananamasi. Larabaremo anananamasa. Lorobosa sananama. Adurabure menemi anananama neo. Ribiribi orabure menemi oramo ania nananama. Alurabure menemi oramo anio. Adurabure berebi oraboramanamasi. Lorabure menemi oramo ania. Rubidibio. Anu nananamasi. Lorabure berebi orabona. Robidibi oraboana nanamase. Ari bibidibi oraboana nanama. Ari bidibi oraboramanamase. Alurabure berebi orabosa. Anduraburi minimi oramoanea. Robidibi oraboraberebasi. Rabidibi osadebe. Alurabure oraboana nanamasa. Adurabure manamiona nananama. Rabadebe Sidiravia. Aduruburam Mionamo. Rabadeba Ananama. Larabase. Aduruburam Mionamo Ania. Ribidibio Sidiravia. Adurubona Sidiravia. Aduruburoma Sidiravia. Rabadabia Sidiravia. Don Rivianda Sidiravia. Alurabure Biribio Nananama. Rovidebe Sidiravia. Ravideba Sidiravia. Aduraburemo Sidiravia. Aluraburebe Busa Sidiravia. Lorabo O Nananamasa. Lorioraburemo Sidiravia. Rabberebe esi oravosa. Ribiribio nananama. Aludabo nananamasi. Roberebiosa lereve. Aloraboreberebio. Aloraboreberebio. Aduraburibibioroboone. Roberebio nananama. Aduraboreberebioroboremenemisa. Aloraboreberebioroboramenemasa. Aduraborameneme. Aluraburibiribiorobo. Reberebierebe. Alorabuonanamasi. Ramenemienananamano. Alorabureberebiorobo. Aduraburamenemianamasi. Lora burabe de beye de vi. Lura buribi di vi ora buramene ma. Dora buana na namasa. Lora buona na namasa silireve. Vivi di bio silireva. Lora bu silireve. Adura varoma ne miono moanea. Laraba ande de vasia. Lora buona na namosa silireva. Adura varoma ne miono moanea. Laraba ana namasa. Aribi di bio no 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 musa. Laraba ana na namasi. Ribi di bio salerava. Allora buona saleravi. Adurabure menemi o nananamasa. Adurabure menemi o nananamasi. Allora bure menemi o nanamase. Ribidi is Lidavia. Allorable on ananamasia. Oso Lidavia. Allo nananamasia. Arroverebio larabaso. Aduruburi menemio nananama. Allorabore berebiere. Laraba anda. Ribiribi indiriviorovosa. Reberebi enananamasa. Aduruburi menemio nananamasi. Lorobo nananamasa. Dos lereve ende silirevia. Oshalarabaharo. Ondirivi onananamasa. Anunununumusa. Raberebe endirivasa. Dondirivi indirivion nananamusi salirevia. Raberebe ananama. Abibidibiosa lirava. Loroboremanemion nananamusa. Andurubu nananamase. Loroboremanemi. Loroboremanemion nananamasi. Dondriva ando sulirava. Rabidebe esiorovo. Aduruvoramanemioramo. Rabidebe esilirevi. Ondriva anda silireve. Ribidibi isilirevi. Lorobo o nananamasi. Ribidibi osilarava. Andurubu rama silirevi. Robidibi yorobo ramanemasa. Rabideba asilirava. Dos nananamasi. Nossa, nananamasi, silidivia. Ramenemio, nananamusa. Aduruburemenemio, nananamasi. Reberebi, nananama. Aduruburebiribisa. Alidiviinde, nananamasi. Loroboraberebio, nananama. Loroboreberebio, nananamasi. Loroboremanamionamo. Aludaburi-bidibierebe. Larabaremanamionamo. Rabarebioraboani. Aludabuundidivia, nananamasa. Rabere baasalidave. Lora barevere biora baromene mio no musa. Salidava o nanamasa. Lora bo o nanamasa. Saludable unde. Allorabo ana salidavia. Rabere salidavia. Donde di ando salarava. Robere bio salarava. Allo masi. Rabere ba asalidave. Alludable nanamasi. Alludable undiri ando. Rabere be nanamasi. Adurable ribi orobosa. Allora boramene mi anime. Allora boramene mi anime. Allura buri biri biorabo. Rabere base. Andura boramene me. Dosha dara viara vasi. Donde va ananamasi. Shalurubu undere viane. Robere bio lurubusha. Lora bore menemiana nananamase. Alu shalaravani nananama. Alu shalaravani nananamasa. Robere biora boramene masi. Donde deve andes deve via. Adurable endere essi oravo. Doravo one nananamasi. Allora one nananamasa. Ramanama enanamasi. Roberabi enanamasa. Lurabu enanamasi. Laraba enanamasa. Vibiribio enanamasa. Raberebe essa derevia. Adon dereviana nanama. Lurubereberebi yoroboremenemisa. Adurubereberebi yoroboremenamasa. Aloroboramenema. Shio lorobo una nananamasi. Shio lurubo una nananamasi. Aduruborebenemi yoromoania nananama. Ro rabarebiela de araharoba nananamasi. Aduruburibidibi yorobo. Aludavuan nananamase. Arobebedebi yorobo nananama. Larabaan derevasi. Donde devi nenenenemusa. Arobedebi yo laravasa. Aduruburebedebi yorobosa sudirevi. Aduraburamana miyona mosa sulidavia. Larabaana nanamasa. Aduravaremo sananami. Shalurabu wanda. Salurabu ona nanamasa. Rabadabe esalidavi. Shalurabu wanda ananamasi. Laraba ando salidavia. Aduraburibi yorabaramani. Donde va ande vasa. Loroboreme nemiana namasia. Anduravoremo salirevia. Adoravorave biorabo. Adoravorame nemiona moaneo. Adoravoremo. Adoravorebe bi onderevasa. Adondereve endereviana nananamase. Aloraboremo. Adoraboreba salirevia. Shio nananamasia. Aludaboreme nemionamo. Larabaani salirevio. Loraboremo sananamasia. Shiorabo unde. Siorabo Roma salirevia. Allora vorremmo ne migliore moni. Duro boravere bioro boani. Duro boravere bioro boani. Allora vorrebbe bioro boraba. No na masse. Oh na massa. Raverebe essere via. Shalura bu uandere vasa. Allura borre manamio na massa. Allura borre mio na musa. Salora bo onde. Salora bo onde na masi. Allora bo osa. O na masi. Allura bo o na masi. Allora vorrebbe bioro boani. Vivere bi ossa le ve. Alorebo unde. Alurubu usadere viana nanamasa. Rabadebaso solidavi. Aduruburebedebi oraboramene maso. Alorabo ona. Aluruburebedebi oraboramene masi. Aduruburebedebi oraboana nanama. Alorabo one ananama. Aroberebio lirevisa. Raberebe esse. Alorie nani ano. Dondreva aso sudereve. Vabreba aso derevi. Aludabo o nananamasa. Duruvuram eneme nananamasi. Adurubure berebio nananamasa. Saludabo o nanamase. Aludabu undirivianda. Aludabu undirivianda. Larabaremenemio nananamase. Aludabo rema sudirivia. Vibiribio sudirivia. Aduruburam enemie nananamasa. Dondreva nananamasi. Roberevosa. Dosa nananamase. Allora bereberebi orabuni. Dosalavasi. Roverebi Orobosa. Shalurubu Unda Saderevi. Rabereba Ananamasi. Aribidibi Ninamiana Nanamasa. Lo Shalaravi. Aduraboremo. Aduraboremo Salarava. Aduraburibidibi Oraboram Eneme. Lorabo Osalaravase. Aduravo Salaravasa. Don derive inde Salaravia. Ribidibi Signora Vosa Sananama. Laraba Anderevese. Ribidibiosa dereve. Don derevi ananamasa. Aludable nananamasi. Alodable ram enemy ananamasa. Aludable salirevea. Adorable ram enemasi. Alodable osa lerevisa. Adorable ram enemy o nananama. Lorable ram enema ananamasa. Alodable onda. Ribidibiosa lerevea. Adurubere menemionamo. Are bere biora bere bere biana nanamase. Aduruburi biri biora boramane maso. Alo shalarava. Alo shalaravase. Ari biri biora bo nananama. Shiora bo onde. Alurabo nananamasi. Shalaraba ando selerevie. Do selereviano. Shalurabo nananamasi. Rabarebiaraba ani. Roberebiorabo una selarava. Aribidibiorabo ramanemaso. Rabarebiesa derevia lurabo una nanamasa. Aduraburibidibiorabo ramanemasa. Roberebio nananamasi. Alluraveremo salaravani. Reverebiora boraba salarava. Aduraburibidio nunumusa. Roberebiorabo lereviana nanamase. Alirivi isioravo. Aludaburebedebio nananamaso. Adudaburebedebioraboani. Adudaburebedebioraboani. Rabedebiorabosasalerebia. Shaludabu nananamaso. Oh nananamasa. Adudaburebedebiorabosa. Laraba andi. Oh nananamasa. Adudaburebedebioraboramanamasi. Adudaburamanaminyoramoni. Anu nananamasi. Adudaburi bidibiyorabo. Alorabo o nananamasa. Andurabure manamiyonomo. Aduraburi manamiyonomo anaya. Aduraburi bidibiyorobosa. Adon dedeviinda. Shalurabu uonda. Shalurabu unda ananamasa. Ledevie ananamasi. Aduraburi bidibiyoroboramanama. Aduraburi bidibiyoroboramanama. No musa. Adorabure menemienamani. Aluraburi bidibiyorobosi. Ano nananamasa. Raberebe eselerevia. Dosatarabasi. Adurabiribi yorabosa. Anduravoramanami yonamoania. Aduraburi biribi yoraboreba. Allora boania salereve. Shalurabo unde. Laraba ananamase. Aduraborama salirevi. Roberebi o salarava. Loraba o nananamasa. Anduruburibi yorabooni. Aduruvaremo sananama. Abibiribi yoraboreberebisa. Aduruvuribiribi indirivisa. Rabidebi o lidevi. Laraba ananamasa. Shio nananamusi. Laraba ando sulidevi. Adurubureberebi o nananamasi. Rabirebe endirevisa. Adosha laravasi. Aduruvuremene mionamo anayananama. Aludavure berebiorobosia. Alarabaande nenemisa. Shiorobo o nananamasi siorobo ania. Rabere biorobo ramene musa suderevi. Aduruburi biri biorobo ramene miona moania. Rabere biorobo ramene masia. Aduruburi biri bio larabahania nananama. Aduruburi biri bio nanamania nananama. Larabaram enemiona moane. Shalurabu uanderavasa. Adurabu rebo asuderevi. Anosa larava. Lorabo Roma sananamia. Adurabu remo salarava. Rabadebi yorabaram enemy enemy. Aduraburi bidibi yorabaram enemy an enemy. Aluraburi bidibi yorabosa. Laraba asaleravi. Aduraburemo ananamasia. Alulidivi. Rabidebe esi yorabawani. Robidebio nananamaso. Aludiburemo salaravaani. Rebidebi yorabaramane masia. Rebidebi yorabaramane masia. Aludiburi bidibi yorabo. Aladabaramane mianama. Rabidebase suledeve. Anonderevi ananamasa. Shioro boremo ananamasi. Aduru boreme nemi moanea. Robere bioro boramene masi. Aduru boreme nemi moania. Ra bere biere vesa sudere via. Donde va ananamasa. Robere bio leravusa. Aduru voreme nemiana nanama. Allora bo nananamasa. Aduru voreme nemiona moania. Aduru voreme nemiona moania. Laraba andere vasa sudereve. Anu no muse. Laraba ananamasa. Aduru buribi biora bo ananamasa. Rabere be esuderevi. Rabere be ananamasa. Donde vi in ananamisa. Allora bo anananamusi. Rabere be esuderevi. Rabere be ananamasi. Rabedebe nananamasi. Lorobo nananamosa. Rabedebe siorobo one. Robedebe esidevi. Lorobo o nananamasi sidevi. Rabedeba nananamaane. Rabedeba saladavio nananamusa. Allora vorremo sananamania nananamaso. Andura vorrebi nananamase. Allora vorrò manamio nananama anea sulereveo. Arrivi di bi lidivione. Adura vorremo sulerevia. Adura vorremmo sulerevia. Adura vorremmo saloravoani. Larabarama ananananama.